Hello and welcome to the Laserbeam Friends Show. My name is Elvis Laserbeam. My name is Yorick. Your name is what? Yorick. All right. Goddamn freaking. One of these days, man. I kind of think it's funny. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I do kind of think it's funny that I have to like start every stream by taking my meds. so I mean, I have no impetus to do anything about it, right? Anyway, is it just me, or did they make Ziplocs harder, man? Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know, but I feel like Ziplocs when I was a kid, man, they were like these big chunky ass. You were like jamming to railroad tracks. You'd have like a giant wedge and then like two railroad tracks, and you jam that wedge in there, and then you like squeeze it real tight. And you go zzzz along the edge, and like clonk. There's this big ass click at the end. Why are you looking like that, York? You're looking down, man. Um, Big ass click at the end, man. Now I feel like modern day Ziplocs, they're like these tiny little fiddly things. It's like you got to do one of those like finger puzzles, man. Hold on, let's just immediately break the fourth wall and fix my hands, which involves this. This is gonna be funny. I've done this before, but just man the tiny baby me for a second. There we go. Now we got hands. There we go. Fingers even. You know, they call them fingers, but I never seen them fing. Oh, yes. Ah, right. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm a TikTok streamer now. Sorry, I forgot. There's no game sound on TikTok. Hold on. How do I delete you? Audio source. Steam. Oh, wait, you can scroll. Okay, hold on. Baby steps. Save. All right. How weird. Weird to be a TikTok streamer, man. I never thought that would ever happen. As you can see, I'm putting in so much thought into how I do it. But TikTok's weird, man. You can't just stream on TikTok. You gotta like prove to them that you're worthy. Prove to the overlords that you're worthy, man. Oh, we're still not live. You've got to click go live twice for TikTok. Oh my god. Liz Coffee, is this even gonna fit? Is today's pun? Well, it's not a pun, right? Coffee. That's my cup of tea. Hey, it actually fits. Actually go live this time, though. Oh, wait, hold on. The game? Oh, my God. Baby steps. Guardians Crusade. You know what's funny about that is that I'm pretty sure I actually played Guardians Crusade. Wasn't that like an old JRPG? Wasn't that like an old JRPG from the 90s or something? Guardians Crusade? Okay. A little part of me is procrastinating because I don't just want to fall off of this immediately because we're gonna. But like, anyway, they make Ziplocs harder. We gotta do something here, man. We can't just sit here all day. All right, Nathan, come on. It's like, why do I do this to myself? Did I say this on Friday? I might have said this on Friday. Like, why don't I like leave myself some like practice time? Why do I always like take the longest time since I played the damn game? You know, we're a bit out of practice. It's like playing the piano, man, or guitar or something. You put it down. You know, put it down for a significant period of time. You're not gonna be as good when you pick it back up again. Excuse me. Unless you're like me, then sometimes you're just better. Like which has legitimately happened. Okay, let's go up here. Oh, man. How are we doing today, man? How are we doing, York? It's getting... Cool, we'll just get the first one out of the way early. It's getting cold, man. Like, you noticed? In the mornings, it's supposed to be summertime, but in the mornings, when we get up, it's really cold. You had that? it is, man. It is really cold. It's weird. It's cold, and then it'll be like really hot and muggy and stuff. It's almost as if the climate is changing. Hold on, we got it. Well,
Not one.
just completely missed. Okay, that's fine. Actually, probably ideal because we didn't. Many other times when we've fallen off of here, we've like just lost the glasses. You know, like it's actually surprisingly easy to just lose the glasses. So that's actually the ideal fall. And then we get to do a little practice up. This isn't even hard, this part. Yeah. Relearn the controls a bit. Cool. But yeah, man. I mean, I say that all the time, but like, it's almost as if the climate is changing or something, man. It's almost as if anthropogenic global warming is, like real, you know? Like the people who actually spent the time to learn about and measure these things are saying, you know? You know, like the people who spent years studying these things, like decades, you know, and like understand the nuances of climate and stuff, you know, and have like contributed to the field, you know, and have like where are the glasses? Where are his glasses? He can't see without his glasses. They must still be up there. That's funny. Or they're just gone again. Oh yeah. I remember how this works now. We lose the glasses, and then we lose like 2.5 hours of our life starting a save file again to get the glasses again. That's right. They must be up there, though. They wouldn't... What are the chances that, like, we just boot up the game and then the glasses just immediately fall through the floor? No. They would have come off when we first impacted the beam. Yeah. You know, it's not like that or anything. It's not like scientists have to like, you know, invented models that can have made accurate predictions and things. You know, like you know, like you can excuse me. You can like go back years and see like how they manipulated the data to like project it forward into the future, and then how accurate it is compared to that, etc., etc. You know, it's not like that or anything. But anyway, the weather's kind of weird. I realize now I have no mute hotkey for TikTok, so every time I'm like coughing, surely I could just bind that to the same hotkey. Anyway, thinking out loud, it's kind of what I do. Call me Ed Sheeran the way I'm thinking out loud. Call me Ed Sheeran the way I'm successfully defending a lawsuit against using the same chords as another song. Okay, hold on. This one's just for you, TikTok. Excuse me. All right. Okay. But yeah. Oh, for God's sakes, we're already rushing. So it's been like 10 minutes, and we're already rushing. Okay, just remember how to play the game. But it does kind of make me... You know what's annoying though? Like, right? Like, I've had multiple conversations. Well, 2, which that satisfies, right? That satisfies. Satisfier. Hold on. I think that was weirder coming out of you. Anyway, is weirder funnier? It's certainly off-putting. Oh, holy. Yeah, literally two conversations in like the last week or so. And admittedly, this was with basically boomers. They're all older, right? So, like, also, who cares? You know, Looper, hurry up and die already, or do what old people do and die, or something like that. But they both said something along the lines of like, man, the weather's been so weird. And I was like, in my head, I was like, yep, good. We're putting two and two together. And like, oh, it's one of the wettest summers. Yeah. Good, nice. Okay, yes, we're getting there. Connect those dots. You know, like the sort of people I've been talking about, like climate change for like a decade and a half, and who have been like, you know, the climate's always changing. It's natural for the Earth to go into an ice age. You know, to which I say, well, all right, well, it's also natural for us to freeze to death, but we kind of don't want that to happen. Anyway, one of them said, you know, they got to the point of like, okay, yes, because now people are like, we're hitting the point, I think, where even mom and pop, you know, are starting to see and feel the effects of climate change, right? Because we're hitting the elbow of the parabola, as I thought it was when I was in high school. The parabola or hyperbole. Welcome to the 5th annual hyperbole. We're still not doing it the safe way. Anyway, so they're seeing the effects, right? Oh, I need another glass of water. This is why I shouldn't just take huge rips before the stream, man. I'm sorry, what did you say? Something about like rigs? Rigs? Oh, nothing, man. Never mind. We're dog whistling. So they're seeing the effects, so they can't argue anymore that it's not, you know, actually happening. You know, before it was like, nah, it's just, you know, anomalies, statistical anomaly. It'll go back to normal. It did, spoiler, or what is it, narrator? Ron, I almost said Ron Jeremy. Hold on. Arrested Development, if it was narrated by Ron Jeremy instead of Ron Howard. Hold on. We've gone too many layers deep. I'm not going to be able to like. I don't know if I'm going to be able to reverse the layers of banter I've tried to build up here. Damn, that's like my whole thing. Anyway, they can't deny that it's not real, right? So they're saying, "Oh man, oh the weather's been weird." I'm like, okay, yes. And what do we call like the patterns of the overall weather? We call that the climate. Oh yes. You notice that the weather patterns as like a larger aggregate are changing. So you're saying that. Anyway, you know what I'm getting at. I'm being a little bitch. So we're at that point, and then one of them was like, "Oh, and you know it's because the sun is cracking in half, right?" I was like, "Oh, dang it." Nathan, get your head out of there. Get your head out your ass, boy. Get your head out your ass, boy. Yeah, one of them was like, oh, frick, I can't remember what one of them said. I think one of them basically said, you know, yeah, it's weird, and then they're like, oh, but it'll just be temporary. It'll go back to normal. I think that's what one of them said. And then the other one said, oh, but you know, it's because the sun is like splitting in half and like releasing, I can't remember what they said. Gamma rays or, you know, radiation anyway. Solar flares and that sort of stuff. Like, the sun's about to split in half? I highly doubt it. But that's the frustrating part, you know? It's like seeing the first dots getting connected, but then like just wildly veering off on a weird ass conclusion with no evidence at all. But anyway, playing this game has made me realize that my left trigger is different to my right trigger, right? Like you have to actually press different pressures to do the same thing in the game. It's kind of weird. Or either that or the game is wrong. I don't know. Somebody get Bennett on the horn. Let him know I've thought up an idea for his next game. It's you're Ron Jeremy, okay, and you have to narrate Arrested Development. Spoiler, I have no idea what Ron Jeremy sounds like. Rapey, I presume. But What the heck was I going? What the heck was I going to say? Oh yeah, right. Narrator voice. Spoiler: it did not fix itself. You know, that kind of thing. Yep. Where you going, little green boy? Oh yeah, we could have made that. I think it's hard to tell the distance, man. Like, I'm sure it's deliberately what they were doing. Oh, we can see ourselves over there in the distance. I'm sure it's deliberately what they were doing. You know, they were trying to make it harder to see the They're trying to make it harder. Oh, can we twerk on here? We missed our we missed our block because I was trying to twerk. Yeah. Oh! Holy, I'm an idiot. Almost actually just fell off. That wasn't... I promise I did not do that deliberately. I was just trying to twerk. I mean, I just trying to twerk deliberately, but... Do you think anybody's ever twerked accidentally? Like, it had to have happened at some point, right? Yep, it's a big step. Okay. Was the first twerk an accident? Kind of by definition, right? Okay, this one is a lot closer than I thought it was. Yep. And then I think it touches, or basically touches. We can pre-jack it a little bit. All right, and now my nightmares have come true again. We're back here. What in the heck am I supposed to do? Like, if I had just come across this naturally, if it wasn't green, you know, I might have thought to myself, well, that's obviously not climbable. What do you even do? I actually have no idea. Other than scramble up this, somehow wedge Nathan in there? Or do we need to get his upper body? And you can't do it slowly, because you're gonna... Ooh, because you're gonna slip. There is, oh my gosh, very little room for error here, man. Holy. Anyway. Oh, Jackie, how's it going, man? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Do you know about this nonsense? Because this is throwing me for a loop, man. Like... it really doesn't even feel possible to me. Oh, new to us both? Yeah. I think I've in the process of getting here, I've lost the glasses like 2 times, and I think I've reset a couple times. I think I might have messed up like last Friday's stream. The YouTube stream didn't go out for some reason. Okay, which is why I re-uploaded it. But anyway, it's I don't know. It's like I'm starting to think, am I doing something wrong? But as long as we don't lose the glasses, 'cause that's the only annoying part. But I forgot what I was saying. I think I was asking if anybody had ever accidentally twerked, or was the first twerk an accident? I lost my train of thought there for a second. But yeah, anyway. Have you been, Jackie? You been getting along? How's your cat doing? Recovering? I've had to like I've got what is it called? Not a bottle. Always want to say bottle brush. It's called okay. I always want to say bottle brush, but I think they're called rag dolls. Like the really long-haired cats. We have one of those. And he's like always getting fleas, which sucks. Because he's got like him. Well, he's essentially. I remember the first time I took him to the vet, because his he basically has Oh, okay. You're getting along though. That's good. Oh, so you're like you don't just have a cat. You're a cat person. Mind the implication. No, not a cat person. Not a cat person. Not a cat hyphen person. A cat person. Wait, now all words have lost meaning? But yeah, our ragdoll constantly flees and got matted, really matted up when I first had him. You know? Oh yeah, roommate for 15 years. Yeah. Family. Yeah, totally. It's like, you know, you any living creature you spend like that amount of like proximity with, that amount of time in proximity with, you know? It's like I don't know the most succinct way of saying it. Just become part of your life. Yeah. My dad just well, it was a couple years ago. My dad lost his cat that was basically like his retirement cat. I think he'd had for like 15 years. That was pretty hard for him. But anyway, you know, I doubt there's much I can do, but if there's anything I can do, you know, let me know. I used to work in, like, as I was gonna say, Jackie, like, sorry, I had jokes to make, but like, now I feel like talking about something real. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Not a problem. I used to work in a children's hospital. Okay, and I used to specifically work in, well, I didn't specifically work in any particular part. Okay, so this is actually a long story, but I think it's worth telling. So when many years ago, when I was hired to teach English in Japan, I didn't really know what to expect. Find out my surprise, or like you know, oh Jesus Christ, what a way, what a way to mess that up. Anyway, so color me surprised. You know, I've flown from New Zealand to Japan. Like, I went with my partner, so I'm not alone. Anyway, and I'm like, okay, I'm here to teach English, and they say, oh, by the way, you're gonna be Mr. Laserbeam. We've got you working in a children's hospital. Oh, okay, that's interesting. It's the oncology ward. Oh, okay. Anyway, so essentially, I spent 3 years. Not every day. This is like just one of my days of work. 3 years working with like children with cancer, teaching them English, little Japanese kids. You know, that's the closest I ever got to working like in any sort of nursing environment. You know, but like some days I'd come into the hospital and because of like the glasses have to be up somewhere, right? Like I totally not even thinking about the game. You know, some days I'd come in and there'd just be like a kid missing, and the just because of the sort of I guess it's like cultural sort of not rules, but just like the way things are done. Like they didn't really want to tell me, or maybe it was just like privacy issues. You know, like I didn't know anything about the kids medically. You know, because that wasn't my job. My job was to just basically read out the English textbook. Do card tricks. I did a lot of card tricks back then. I was so much better back then. Anyway, so I didn't know anything about their medically, and then you start to like, you know, sort of bond with these kids a little bit, and then suddenly one day one of them will just be missing, and everybody will be really quiet in the staff room, and I'm like, I see we're listening to somber music today. And little Jimmy is missing. I don't know if you know this, but Jimmy is actually a surprisingly common name in Japan. No. Anyway, yeah. It's like you know, that's probably it's the hardest job I've ever had, like emotionally. You know, but it's like I don't know. I'm also kind of because I grew up on a farm, I guess, and grew up around a lot of like animal death and stuff like that. It doesn't affect me too much, you know. You just kind of If anything, it kind of whoa. It kind of just makes me more grateful for my own life and happiness, etc. But I'm a pretty empathetic person, I think. I'm not wearing the glasses. I'm a pretty empathetic person, so like, it's hard not to be affected by that stuff. Okay. I totally forgot. Went on autopilot again. Where could the glasses be? We fell this way. Okay, we didn't fall that way, but
No.
that's weird. Hopefully they're not like flung somewhere, because sometimes when you like spin like that, you don't know if you're strong enough to do that. Yeah, well, I mean, the weirdest part about it to me is just that, like, just sprung on me, Like, I did not interview to work with children with, like, cancer. I don't want to say cancer children. I didn't interview for that or anything, I didn't apply for that job. I applied to... Oh, there they are. Yeah, they did fly away a little bit. I applied to work in a school. But it was, it was the kids who can't go to school because they're stuck in hospitals, Essentially, we're taking the classroom to them, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of the things I'm probably like most grateful that I got to experience in my life. Like, if someone had told me beforehand, I probably would have been not. I wouldn't have been looking forward to it. It's almost like the fact that I had no choice, that it was just sprung on me, was a good thing. Because then I just had no choice but to like deal with it, and then I'm really grateful that I got that opportunity. Oh, there's something else I was gonna say. I can't remember. Anyway, life's a funny thing. And other empty platitudes. I don't know why this step is... Probably because you're supposed to step down that way and then go around, but I'm lazy. Okay. Have you done, Jackie, have you done the gym? I forget what it's called. The time trial gym, anyway? I don't know if you... Oh, you commented on that video that I uploaded, so you might have seen it. And I was really hoping that would take me like hours and hours and hours. I didn't even bother to count. I might have been like 10 tries. You ran through it a couple times. How are you finding it? The first time I did it, I thought this is going to be hard, right? And then I don't know. Maybe I got a bit lucky. Cuz that's, it you may not like hearing this, but like the fun to me, I need to play the Sisyphus game, man, because like most of the fun in this game to me is just like how it doesn't affect me. I feel like I'm clowning on the game a little bit when I fall, and I'm like, I couldn't care less, actually. Okay. But yeah. This though, I'm ready. I don't know why I was so loud there. I'm ready to be humbled. In other words, humble me, Daddy Bennett. I want to be punished, Daddy. All right. We're getting so much better at the crab walk. I remember when each step took me like 20 seconds because I had to say out loud what I was doing with my fingers. Okay. Back to this nonsense again. Oh, yeah. Blocks that you... We're not going to make it? Yes, we are. Blocks that you can't really see. It's a big step. And then this one touches, I think. Sideways is best. Triples is best. Triples of the Nova. I wish I remembered that better. You just watched a video completing the part where you fell if you want some pointers. Oh, this part? I mean, I assume you mean right here, right? Um, well, let me think about it for a second. I mean, it feels like you have to get around the corner and then, up that slope and over. How can hold on? I used to. Oh man, I'm remembering what I used to do when I first started streaming. I used to do a lot of crap like this. How can I want to get over here. I remember now why I stopped doing stuff like that. It's gonna be something like that, I think. You can? Okay, because so no, that's a good hint actually. That is what I was thinking. I did actually try that. I think last Friday when I was playing before I had like 2 attempts at this at the very end of the stream. But I was wondering if you can just step straight across the corner, or failing that, we might be able to get his foot around and under here. You know what I mean? But I did try just doing a big step across. And I think it's like the problem with I need to use the up-down camera, man. Because the problem with the green is I find it like it's almost like an illusion where I lose the depth. Like the depth perception doesn't, because it's lacking detail. Or a big side step. No, but then it's gonna put his upper body, because we need to worry about the upper body clipping the corner. Huh. I guess all you gotta do is try something, see how it goes. I think it's a big step across the corner. Why don't you talk about that some more, Like procrastinate on it some more? Yeah, shut up. Okay. Woohoo! There we go. Okay, there's a lesson there. Stop overthinking. Hold on. Just put your foot down for now. Okay. That's probably going to be slippery. I'm worried about his headroom. Let's see. Can we... Oh, yeah. It was slippery. Okay. All right.
Okay.
It's the glasses. It's the glasses. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jackie. Thanks for the confidence. That's all I needed. Needed just a little confidence to try something. Okay. All right. We'll get back there without losing too much time. It's funny how this game. No worries. Yeah. You can be like what's the frickin' the Joe Rogan guy? Whatever is it, like Jamie or whatever? Or Iron Man's AI, whatever. What's his name? Not Gladys. That kind of thing. Anyway, Jamie, pull up the baby steps hint. Jamie, pull up that baby steps clip. Not that I watch Joe Rogan, but anyway, we're getting dangerously close to something political. But yeah, I'm pretty great that I'm grateful that I had that experience. This game is so funny that like the first time I did this tower, I think it took me like 30, 40 attempts, something. I'm like, I would actually have no idea. It was a challenge. And then as the game just gets more and more familiar to you, it's like... That's why I said that this this game is unique in that it is its own specific skill, right? The funny part about this game is that, like, you could be, like, the world's best player at this game and not even be able to play any other game, Because it is... I guess that's Bennett Foddy's whole thing, right? There's unique control schemes. But anyway, like riding the bike now. Jarvis! Yeah. That's it. Jarvis? I don't actually know what he tells Jarvis to do. I only know that I've only seen like the memes. That are like, Jarvis, jerk it a little. Jarvis, write me a fanfic where I'm married to Dakota Johnson. Make it saucy. Yeah. And in there somewhere she like oh Jesus Christ. In there somewhere she writes a will where she leaves me all the things. Hold on, actually. No, it's a stupid question. Hey ChatGPT, write me a will where Elon Musk leaves me all of his money and get it notarized. Thank you. Okay, where did the glasses go? Where did they go? Yeah, thanks, Jaggy.
Oh shit!
Sometimes they're just on the ground and you miss them because they deliberately put flowers that are the same color as the glasses rainbow, but I think they're still somewhere up the tower. I really need to pay attention to the game at some point. So I think actually, because what happens with this game is that like I get stuck at a step. Like I feel like there are certain steps in these games that are sort of like big difficulty spikes, you know, for one reason or another. They're just like an extra precise or like more chance of slippage. Okay, I'm going to look around. I'm not going to be stupid about it. No, I don't see glasses yet. And then once you sort of get past one of those parts, the difficulty can like ease off a bit. I should really not do this big. That's fine. Nathan's gonna take care of that one. Okay, thank you, buddy. But I don't know if we haven't talked really about like this the ending of this game. Spoilers. You know, like I haven't really talked about my twerked back right. Yeah. That's his strength, man. I'm not sure how I feel, Jackie, about the ending of this game. It's I don't know. It's been still no glasses. It's definitely been one of the more contemplative games I've played. Certainly made me think about a lot of stuff. Like, you know, how I just view people. You know, and how I view myself or whatever, or like ambition, even. And then like it's a weird, pretentious game, in the sense that like I feel like it's trying to teach you like resilience. You know, like we are growing with Nathan. Okay, where are the glasses? It happened again? Chat sound, but no chat. Last time it was nothing. That's annoying. I'm assuming... Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Apologies. Behind the scenes. Okay. I'm just gonna ignore it next time that happens. I fell off the... This is what it's like being me. I don't even remember. Where did I fall? I fell off the top outward side? Or where... Yeah. That's right. I was rushing when I should have been dragging. It's J.K. Simmons and he needs pictures of Jarvis. No, wait. So the glasses could have... It fell that way, right? Well, anyway. First step is to get up and have a look around. Not so sure that that the meaning is that deep. Well, yeah. Or rather, you don't think there is a deep meaning? I mean, I do happen to know that Bennett Foddy is a fellow philosophy graduate, so like, I mean, yeah, fellow philosophy graduate Bennett Foddy, which makes it sound like I know him. Um, I don't know. He's pretty. He's a kind of pretentious guy, and I don't say that like as a criticism or anything. I'm probably pretty pretentious too. It wouldn't surprise me. Either that, or he just likes trolling people. I don't know. Okay. Oh, there they are, right there. Not too bad. Okay, good. Hold on. There's... See, the greedy part of my brain is looking at this and just being like, go straight up, man. Can you actually skip and just... You probably... a better player than me probably could. Hold on. You can definitely jam... Can you jam his foot in here? Okay, anyway, that's... That's why you don't do that? Okay, whatever. Just go the long way. Take your time. No rush. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean... There's some, like, yeah, I mean, I guess ultimately it's probably not that deep. It's really, it's just kind of like, you know, you're probably not supposed to think about it too hard. But, I've never not been able to overthink things. So, yep. Yep. Stay on there, Nate. You know, like, oh my god, I did it again. No. Like, Nate has a arc, right? Like, as a character. If I'm gonna put on my, like, literary analysis hat for a second. As a character, Nathan has, like, an actual arc, right? Like, he does show a little bit of growth. And that he eventually, you know, asserts himself. But there's also, like, the kind of implied, like, mother stuff, you know, there's a lot of... quite a bit of symbolism in this game about, like, mothers and sons, you know? And then not symbolism, but, like, smashing it in your face. It's interesting to me that when he, during that, like, sort of dream sequence when you're in his apartment, or, the parents' house, that, you only hear the mother talking, and then you only ever hear the father on the phone, I think, right? Does he ends up almost where he started? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on where you draw the ending of the game, I guess. You know? Like, do you draw the ending at the credits? Because the credits roll at the cabin, right? But yeah, because the cabin is I think it's the first and only time in the game that I've seen in the cutscene where Nathan actually, like, you know, asserts himself. Because Moose isn't getting the hint, right? Like, Nathan's always been, like, a passive person. He's just hinted at things and hoped that people have, like, said what he couldn't bring himself to say. At least, maybe I really am overthinking it, am I? Am I? When you project yourself onto Big Booty Nathan. Anyway, that's the sense I got. But, like, then at the same time, it's also just a very silly game. So maybe don't think about it too much. Was it like Burn After Reading? Where at the end they're like, so what have we learned? I don't know, nothing. What was that all about? Who knows? Just like straight up, like, don't think about it too hard. It's just some stuff that happened. Oh, yeah. Nate kisses, yeah. Right, and then there's I guess there's, like, you know, the homosexuality stuff, right? Like, we have no reason to really kind of wonder about Nathan's sexuality or wonder about if he is confused about his sexuality or anything. I'm rushing it again. But he has like a romantic moment with Mike at like one of those like tops of towers and stuff, I think. Anyway. Um Fun to throw that in there. You didn't see it as that. So hold on. I'm just trying to parse that. You didn't see the kiss as like a homosexual thing? Wait, oh Jesus. It might take us a second to hold on. You know what I forgot to do today? I did forget to click the oh no, it is on ultra low latency. Yeah. Oh, not romantic with Mike. Oh, that one. Yeah. Well, we might hopefully we're talking about the same one, but there's like one where it's it's on top of a tower and Mike is like really close. Actually, you might have been watching when I did it, I think. Yeah. Just awkward. Okay, yeah. I could see both being yeah. I mean, it's obviously open to interpretation, right? There's no wrong or right answer. The way I read it is that there was almost some sexual tension behind Nathan, and that like he might have wanted to do something, but didn't have the self confidence to say anything or something like that. But anyway, yeah. You're agreeing there's no right or wrong answer? Yeah. I got you, man. I got you. But hold on. If we put it on the screen because it's gonna be weird for the VOD, and I'm talking to no one. This one, there we go. But he does. Nathan is. I would say by the end credits, Nathan is more confident of a person than he was at the beginning of the game, or the beginning of the narrative. However you want to interpret his situation. I think as a person, his confidence increased. So that and that's pretty much all I can say. Like that's it. Like it's like a mini arc. He's slightly more confident, maybe. But so yeah, but that's my question. Like, are Mike and Moose together now? Like, is that the implication? I don't know if you noticed, but like, oh god, like Moose takes his hand as they as it when he first comes in. So like who? Like I thought that was nice. He asked for helps. Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Like I know you have the advantage of thinking about it and just like spewing crap off the top of my like cerebellum. But yeah, so much more succinctly put than I put it. That's right. He couldn't ever ask for help, or like he wouldn't accept help when it was offered, even. And it's like I've probably been that. I've definitely been that person at some point in my life. I can relate. I'm stalling on the step because I don't want to frickin' fall. Dang it. Okay. Easy reset. Easy reset. At least there's that. But like, it's kind of, I don't know. It's one of those games that like I think it's trying to be artistic, Like there's a literal like sculpture garden in the game. Well, not literal, I guess digital. It literally exists as electrons somewhere on a hard drive.
Mighty God.
So I wouldn't say it's just a game about some stuff that happens. But either way, been one of my favorite games that I've played in a long time. Did you see a comment about this one? Yeah. He asked for help? Or, wait, was there a comment that didn't come through? Agreed. Yeah, just awkward, not romantic with Mike. Didn't pop up on screen? Unless one didn't come through, I'm pretty sure I've seen them. which like so lazy with that one. Oh, you said true? Yeah, no, that one didn't come up. It is possible that like a comment might just not go through because I have like, yeah. No, I definitely don't see that one anywhere. I do have like, it's like 2 different services redirecting like comments through, because for some reason I decided it would be a good idea to multi-stream. So I have like different services rerouting comments back through to like aggregate them, which don't tell Twitch, that might be against terms of service. I don't care. Anyway, that's mostly a joke. Yep. But either way, I think, you know, you could look at this as you could look at it as a narrative. Oh my god. They're trying to unravel, or you can just look at it as like an activity, right? I think one of the reasons that video games appeal to me so much is that they're like almost perfectly fit into that sort of like dexterity skill wheelhouse. You know, I've just sort of naturally gravitated towards a lot of those things, like music and magic and like juggling and that sort of stuff. I don't know why. It could be an ADHD thing that I always need to be like doing something with my hands. But you can almost look at this game as a like digital fidget toy, you know? Oh my god, Nathan, you just gave up on that one. Maybe that's why I like it so much. It's my digital fidget toy. Nathan? Whereas Nathan is my fidgety digit toy. Oh yeah, this is what happened before. You son of a bitch, Bennett. You've done it again. Okay, good. I probably would have spent 10 minutes before I gave up on that. But yeah, I mean it's a great fidget toy. It's an interesting story. It's surprisingly funny. Oh my god. I'm kind of surprised this game. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know how well it did, like, commercially speaking. Kind of surprised it wasn't, like, more, like, streamer baity, maybe. But, like, I guess maybe it was when it came out. It's been a little while. Like, Getting Over It was super streamy baity, right? Like, or we just, is it like, I don't know. I don't know anything about, like, trends and stuff like that. Because I don't want to. But like, is the like rage baity game trend, is that over? We beyond that? We in a new era? Could be that. Anyway, you want to get humbled? Go work in a children's hospital. No, I do, just to cap that off. I do consider myself extremely lucky. Anyway, AI says it's made $1.1 million. This game? I mean, is that good? Like, I suppose,
Burn.
like, it's not. I suppose that's good for like 3 indie developers or whatever. Oh, it's weird how you can keep doing that. I suppose it's good. Yeah, it is good. I don't really know anything about business, right? Like, yeah, right. Depends on how much it cost them to make it. I think it was just 3 people, right? Joke that it was just Bennett Foddy, but Yep. $1.1 million, and I think I also read somewhere it took them like 5 years to develop. So I suppose you have to include the operational costs of 5 years. So that's why I could never start a business, man. I'm too afraid of going to like debt. Like, I can do stuff myself with my own hobbies, like music and like game development or whatever. But as soon as it starts costing money, I'm like, nope. Get the hell out. You know, if I had staff to pay and stuff like that. Now I'll just do everything myself and it'll just take 10 years. Okay. I wonder how well it did compared to like getting over it. That would be an interesting metric. Because I feel like that game maybe had more of like a cultural impact. And because it was like so cheap, everybody gave it a try, you know? I actually don't remember how much did was this game cheap? I don't remember it being as expensive. God damn it. Glasses, we're tracking them. Call of Duty tracking the glasses. The aim assist in this game, man, they need to work on it some more. It's just not quite right, you know? You know, sometimes you play a game and the aim assist is just off. Anyway. 16 to 18.3 million for getting over it. Well, I mean, like, yeah, that might be like gross, like revenue, right? Like not profit or whatever, but who knows? Yeah, so like getting over it from a commercial perspective was a lot more successful than this game. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me because I just do feel like that was definitely when Getting Over It came out. I was definitely watching more streams because I had the time to. I didn't have children, and I had the time to. Turns out when you have kids, you can't just like watch a streamer for like 5 hours. I know, surprise, surprise. But anyway, back when it came out, I was watching a lot more streams, and it seemed like a lot of people were playing Getting Over It. A lot of streamers anyway, which is, I guess it's kind of weird to think about, but these days it is one of those. Oh my God, Nathan! I saw the glasses. It could be under one of these rocks. It is like one of the metrics for like a game's success, you know? It's like, how does it do on streaming platforms? Are the streamers playing it yet? You know, because essentially free advertising. But I didn't really get that sense when this game came out, but I think in a sense, like, Getting Over It is even more brilliant than this game, right? Because it's really just one input, right? It's literally just mouse, you know? Right? Am I right? You don't click or anything, you just... I played it a week and a half ago or whatever. I can't remember. You're literally just moving the mouse XY, not even Z. When are they going to invent a 3D mouse, man? You like push it through your desk. You never played it? You saw a bunch of clips? Well, like, I was just thinking in terms of... Just thinking out loud, surprise, surprise. In terms of, like, the barrier to entry, like, anybody can, you know... It's like there's no barrier to entry. It's just grab the mouse and wiggle it around. That's it. That's the entirety of, like, what you need to know to play the game. You know, like my dad could do that. My dad could not play this game, right? So, like, from a buy-in standpoint, Getting Over It is like it's so easy, and then it's got the the strangeness that and the uniqueness to back it up. Yeah. It's literally just the mouse. I'm pretty sure. The mouse, you're literally just moving. Well, you're not really moving the hammer. You're moving like you control where the tip of the hammer is supposed to like move to. Would be one way to put it. Like it's a hard game to describe if you haven't played it actually. You know, because it is so unique. But anyway, what's happening in the world, man? I've been unplugged for a little bit. I don't know what's been going on. I hear I don't know. It is a certain part of me is like I don't want to draw attention to. Well, not that it really matters because we're just shooting the shit. But like, you know, by drawing attention to certain things, you like sort of legitimize it a bit. But like, the only thing I've seen recently is what the CEO of what's his name, Sam Altman. Stay unplugged, nothing good. Oh, okay, fair enough. Oh gosh, god damn it. The only thing I've really seen is because I brought this up with my wives and we laughed about it. The only thing I've seen is Sam Altman's freaking statement about like, was it like, well, it takes more energy to raise a human being than it does to train an AI. I'm like, okay, okay, right. And the Earth is 40,000 kilometers in radius. Why are we just saying random things? You know. There's something good. Almost for a second there, followed that up with the BAFTA story, which is not good, but you know. See now, okay, hold on. See now, that's actually, I think that might actually be an interesting topic and like a philosophical point, right? Did you hear about the guy who shouted out the guy with Tourette's who shouted out the N-word at BAFTAs? Well, Michael B. Jordan, he absolutely do. You bet he does. Well, Michael B. Jordan and what's the Delroy Lindo were on stage. Two black men. it's you know, context. So I don't know how I feel about it, right? Like, that's the whole story basically. Was it well, it's not the whole story, right? Like I don't know much about it, but he was I believe the guy had like, there was a movie based on his life that was like up for a BAFTA award. So he was in attendance because, you know, and a man diagnosed with Tourette's, right? And like, I mean, like, I guess it's kind of not really for me to say, you know, but like, I personally wouldn't be bothered by like anything somebody said to me who had Tourette's, like if they were like, you know, a tick came out, you know, I highly doubt it would really bother me. I'd probably find it funny actually, but anyway, you saw a couple of headlines about that, didn't hear the details. Yeah, I mean, to me, someone who likes like philosophy and debating and stuff, it's an interesting topic, you know, because like ultimately like social etiquette is just kind of made up anyway. Like, you know, kind of just, I don't know, we just kind of figure it out as we go, but like, I don't know. And I think the guy, in the article I read, afterwards he like, you know, excused himself and removed himself from the, from the award ceremony. And like, I don't know, I've not heard about how he feels about it. You know, if it was me and I had Tourette's and that happened, you know, I'd probably feel terrible. You know, like I'd be apologizing profusely. So I'd have to imagine that he probably feels pretty bad about it. And it wasn't the only outburst as well. You know, a couple. But you know, it's to me, it's an interesting way of thinking about how offense works, right? Because the notion of like offense and being offended is it's complicated. It's a complicated thing. There's a whole lot going on, right? Like it's not just a black and white. As it turns out, most things in life, it's not just a simple black and white thing. it's kind of just like, well, now everybody feels uncomfortable and we all just have to deal with it together, I guess. I don't know. It's not like an everybody sucks here situation. It's just like the situation sucks. But at the same time, you know, I think it would be... I think it would be like, you know, a valid response to be offended in that situation, you know? Like, I don't know if like, and also like, who cares? These people are strangers, right? We just happen to see sometimes in colors on the flat thing we stare at. You know? But I don't know if Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo made any statements about it, like... But I think it would be valid if they were like, yeah, I felt terrible. It offended me, you know? Understandable, you know? Maybe a little unfair, I don't know. It's an odd situation, you know? Thought experiment. If I had Tourette's, I don't think I would be brave enough to go out in situations like that. Yeah, right? Like, that's a totally valid point, right? Like... It's one of those situations where there's like not really anybody to point the finger at, so you're like, so you feel a bit like sort of morally lost, you know? There's no villain here. We all feel bad, but nobody's the villain. Grr, that doesn't sit right. Whoops. Must have been some minority's fault. So you applaud them for that? Yeah. Now, so you know, like, as I said, you may be interested in the movie then that is based on the guy's life. I actually know nothing about the movie. Other than it's about a dude with Tourette's. Oh, there we go. Code. Good. Thrown away another attempt. Just, you know. No, hold on a minute. Yeah. Okay. You're not gonna get us that easily. Come on. Although we should be more careful. Slipped out of character for a second. We should be more careful because if I do, like, every time I fall, that is another chance of like losing the glasses. So it's not like there's nothing to lose but time. Actually, it's exactly that. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know, like, do I need to see the movie about this dude now? They need to make a sequel now, right? They need to make a sequel where the guy with Tourette's from the movie about Tourette's goes to, like, an award ceremony. You know? Like, if only they could go back and redraft the script and add on another scene. Hold on. We're formulating the joke in real time. Do you think the writer was like, oh, god damn it, if I could just go back and write another draft. You know, we should have waited a couple more years to see this movie, but then it's paradoxical because if they hadn't made the movie, he wouldn't have been there. You know what I mean? It's actually science fiction. Hold on. A man with Tourette's does something socially awkward at a award ceremony. That he goes back in time. He builds a time machine to stop himself from doing that. Okay. But then because he stopped himself from doing that, he had no reason to build the time machine, but anyway, you get the idea. How do you feel about the grandfather paradox? How do you feel about time travel? What am I doing? Well, I mean, I'm having a good time, but... right. Okay, you're playing the game. Remind yourself that you know, this is a... you're supposed to be playing a video game. Thank you. We need that little recentering. Okay, you just don't get it, man. So you know, like obviously nobody understands or can really, you know, wrap their head around the concept of time travel. I don't think. But like the paradoxes of time travel are very bizarre in my brain. They just, you know, it's like I mean it's one of the reasons why time travel movies are so fun, you know? It's just a fun concept, nothing more. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like you're probably right. Like the notion that you could like travel through time and change like past events. I've never really been able to wrap my head around. Oh God, Nathan, why do you just do that sometimes? Never been able to really wrap my head around it, right? But because things just very quickly start to not make sense. Oh yeah. Unless we're talking about actual like time dilation, right? Like that's where it starts to get like really funky. And it's all kind of depends where you're observing it from as well, right? Like, you know. So here's a question, right? Because it's easy to forget. My image of the like night sky. Well, you know, it's based on the southern hemisphere. So, but entropy is probably to blame. Entropy is to blame for everything, isn't it? It's the villain. It's the villain we're looking for. Blame entropy for that guy's outburst at the BAFTAs. Am I wearing the glasses? I am? Yeah. Okay, good. Was saying it depends on where you're standing as well, right? Like when you look at the night sky, right? Like I have an image of the stars, right? But it's that the image we see of the stars in the sky is like completely false, right? It's just it's like a it's like a collage almost of like distant points of light that this is hard to explain. Anyway, like we all know how when you're looking at a star, right? It's not really there, right? You're not actually looking at it. You're looking at like a snapshot of it from hundreds of thousands of years ago, probably, or even millions of years ago, right? So it's not actually there when we look up at the sky, you know. So I've often wondered this: are the like constellations and the shapes we make out of the stars, they're God, how to phrase this? They're kind of just well, they are all made up, right? But the actual shapes and positions aren't where the stars really are, if you know what I mean. This is like Orion's belt is a line, right? Orion's belt is a line of 3 stars, or it's 3 or 4 stars, right? But if you could like see them instantly, you know, without the delay, they wouldn't make that shape at all. Do you know what I mean? Is that true? We're really venturing into r/stoner thoughts now. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. Oh my God. Yes, it's false, and those stars are moving at different speeds relative to us, so they age differently relative to us. Okay, that's kind of baking my noodle. They age differently relative to us. Those stars are moving at different speeds. Right, yeah, okay. Because the speed you are moving at is a factor in how fast time ticks forward for you. Yes, yeah, right. Relative to time space, I guess, or space time, to make it at least kind of sound like I know what I'm talking about. Where? Just in the roughage. Oh, okay. He had to reach through his legs. Relativity, man. Too much to explain it here. Oh, no. I think you could do it. Me when I get my relativity degree through the Twitch chat, or through the stream chat. I have my certificate of the University of Jackie Treehorn. Yeah, it's yeah. I prefer the Doctor Who explanation, right? Like it's wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff. It's kind of just as good as any other explanation. At least for like an everyday sense, Okay, we didn't fall off the beam this time. Pay attention to the game. Anyway, movies are cool. Even if they don't make any sense. I think you might have brought up Primer before, Jackie, but yeah, that's a good one. That one's been... I don't know if I've... It's been near the top of, like, my favorite time travel movies since it came out. I did, I enjoyed... It is a time travel movie, right? I enjoyed the, movie Predestination. Right? There's a time travel... Because I feel like there's so many bad movies. It's almost remarkable when, I see a time travel movie that I enjoy. That one wasn't too bad, and what it's based on, like, one of the... Is it, Heinlein's? Heinlein? Robert Heinlein? I think it's one of his short stories. It's enjoyable, and, I like time travel as, like, a thought experiment, Like, what if? What would be the consequences? But yeah, that's pretty much it, right? And in, like, a certain sense, like a philosophical sense, it would be impossible. It would have to be impossible to change, like, the past and that kind of stuff, because by changing it, you made it into what it, it always was that, if you know what I mean. You can't change the past, necessarily. You can only, make what it always was different, if that makes sense. Because at no point in that past was it never not that thing. Hold on, this is... Let me just whip out MS Paint for a second. We'll draw a diagram. We're going to make it. Okay. I like the way you can see the environment through the green platforms. Where's my boy? There you are. Hello. Might as well be thinking about dividing by 0. Yeah, I mean, I suppose. Not like I have anything better to do right now. Where's my... What the heck? Okay. The fun part about this, it's going to get fun. Well, not that it's not fun already, but I'm looking forward to falling from further up in the green, and, like, this is going to be where we're actually wondering, are we going to fall all the way down, or are we going to, get stuck somewhere? Because I feel like this game kind of lacked that a little for me. Getting over it was definitely, like, there was more chance to, like, catch yourself, I think. This game, I feel like when you fall, you pretty much go all the way. Okay, it's a big step. It's a big step. I'm so not used to this angle. I don't know why. I feel more confident like this. But, like, objectively, I should be able to see better like this. Oh, just doesn't feel right. Okay. And then... Gotta get his head... They don't want me to... I think as soon as we... Yeah, he's gonna slide. As long as we can get his head past that little lip, I think we'll be alright. It's just... Oh, God. Okay, hold on. We actually have a chance. But glasses? They're right here. Oh, okay. It's the luckiest I've ever been in this game, maybe. The guy really scrunched himself up. I think you have to. I think you don't really have a choice but to like scrunch yourself up there, but it's I think it's gonna have to be pretty fast. Does he scrunch up and like manage to stay scrunched up, I guess? Because I kind of do the same thing getting up here, I guess. But yeah, I think that I get that. I get the sense that's the theme of this tower, is like managing his upper body, you know, which you have literally no control over. Well, I guess that's a bit erroneous. You have 100% control over everything that happens, I guess. Well, except for random deviation. Yuckers. Put that foot down, please, Nathan. He's giving us some good side boob right now, but he's scaring me a little. Check out that side boob. Hold on. Really? Oh, no, that wasn't good. Really, Peter? The side boob hour, Peter? Peter. Check out that side boob. Oh my gosh. Of course I get what I deserve. I get what I deserve. I get what I deserve. Yeah. I don't think there's any way to get back up this. We'll have to fall down again and get the glasses and then go up again. Although... me, personally, I just walk with disregard for the upper body. I mean, that is certainly true, that I do that. I disregard a lot of things when I play this game. Like playing the game. Okay, well, let's quickly go back up, get those glasses, go back around. See, because part of me, I'm a sicko, see? I like the pain. Part of me wants the torture. The emotional torture, you know? It's like I'm testing myself. Test how emotionally resilient I am. Oh, that's what the guy in the video did? Yeah. No. You're fine, Jackie. I think both things are true. He scrunches himself up. You just walk with disregard for your upper body. Just don't even think about it. Yeah, I mean... Well, that's the thing. You kind of can. You can manage his upper body a little bit. And I think if you do it enough times and don't worry about his upper body too much, oh, God damn it, then it'll eventually work, right? But I think if you want to be a little more, well, I mean, we'll see. I'll see when I get there. If we want to be a little more consistent about it, well, I mean, it's pretty much all just based on where you put your feet anyway. Just put your feet in the right place, you know, lean the right way. That's pretty much it. Is there any explanation why the guy's in the pot and getting over it? I don't think so. I think that's just kind of part of the meme of it, you know? Dudes in a pot, who knows? I don't think so. I've never beaten it. So, yeah, like this part, you can just go, or you can kind of like... You can ease his head out, you know, and then make this easier. So, like, I do think it's not just full disregard. There's some skill to it. No story at all for getting over it. Well, there is a... So I wouldn't say that, but I mean, the story is Bennett Foddy is talking to you in your ear about the game, and like what he was thinking when he designed different parts. It's more commentary, I guess. So no, I guess no story. Go up. That's the story, right? Climb the mountain. But I guess in lieu of a story, there's a like developer commentary, you know, like built into the game. I'm not wearing the glasses, that's right. They fell down here. There's developer commentary built into the game, you know, and like Bennett like has advice and stuff, will give you advice or be like, "Oh, that's a shame." All right, what's my best Bennett Foddy? Nathan, hi Nathan. Yeah, that's getting a bit Australian now. Nathan, Nathan. Oh, I should probably not just fall.
Oh, bother.
Wait, can I? Oh, hold on. Anyway, Bennett's talking in your ear. Oh, that was a shame. You fell down there, eh? Well, just give it another try, okay? You'll be alright. And then, like, philosophical quotes and stuff. Oh, but you saw me play. You saw me play Getting Over It. Yeah. You know about Getting Over It. Maybe I misinterpreted your message. That's also fun. But I don't think so. Honestly, I'm not that... Who's Russian now? I'm also not even really that curious about the guy in the pot, like... It's really not that kind of game for me. It really is just like a, Getting Over It is almost like an abstract game. You know, like you might as well be playing as a cube or something. You could just be like a one color cube. And maybe still accomplish the same thing? I don't know. Never been very good at art critique. Hey, but that never stops us. Hey ho. Okay, I'm sick of doing the same thing over and over again. I should probably... It's always funny to me that, like, if I played this game when it came out before I was streaming, like, I'd be long done with it probably by now. But that's not the point. The point is to learn, like, a lot about life and a little about love. Okay. So to fall down and land where we need to land. Or can we climb it? We might be able to climb partially downward. And then... I don't know where to aim for. It's going to be hard to... kind of put it on like a really terrible spot, actually. Because that is, that's a bit of a narrow ledge there. Did I ever... Okay. I think the bit... maybe we should just step here. Try and stick that. Okay. Haven't I... Wait, this feels familiar. Haven't I done this before? Oh, I think I did this for the hat. Yeah. That's right. Back in first playthrough days. Oh, yeah. Drop the hat down here. Oh, okay, hold on. We've run out of pathway. What the... Oh, no, we haven't. Okay. So, we should take our time to do this. Whoops. Nathan, you're standing on... the world's strongest pinky? What the heck? Pinky toe? Okay, so where do I just don't want to fall down the middle, which is going to be hard not to. If we fall. We don't want to fall just all the way down the middle. So I'm going to put these convenient bricks here. Okay. So I did this thing. We were driving, my family and I, the other week, whatever. And like have no real nostalgia for like popular music of like my teenage years when I grew up in the early 2000s and like, I'm trying to stay optimistic here. I've no nostalgia for that period of music, but for like whatever reason, I was like, let's put on millennial bangers, man. Let's try the millennial bangers playlist. Would it be possible to? Ooh, yeah. Get his foot in here. Okay, okay, hold on. Do anything for a Scooby snack, man. Okay. God damn it. God damn it. Progress? Progress was made? Oh, do it again. Hey. I love this game. Millennial bangers. Anyway. Millennial bangers. Man, there are so many hits from that period I had totally forgotten about. Like, I had totally forgotten about the Pussycat Dolls. Remember the Pussycat Dolls? For, you know, they were huge, right? At a certain point in time. But for whatever reason, they just disappeared out of my memory. Probably because I never enjoyed their music and like never paid attention to them. But like, you know, as like a cultural element, you know? How do you do that sometimes, Nathan? And I was like, oh my god, all these songs that I had heard from the 2000s just totally gone out of my brain until I heard them again. You know? When they're like, it's same old thing, but I'm looking at you, and then it does like the beep sound. Is that Will.i.am? I can't remember. Anyway. It was a good lesson in like, you know, we talk about how, you know, that phenomenon where people like to say, well, music was so much better back then. But it really is just like survivorship bias, right? Like all the terrible songs from the era get forgotten about, and even like the majority of the hits from that era get forgotten about, at least if you live in my brain. Do you? Do you live in my brain? I do. Actually set myself up for a joke there. That's funny. I do. I live in this brain. Hello. All right, be quiet. This is my chance to ramble for 4 hours. Pussycat Dolls, what else was on there, man? Most of the stuff I remember from that era, I only remember it because it was like a meme or like a remix. Got remixed in a funny way. Look at his toe strength, man. Look at that. Truly an Adonis. Could Chuck Norris do that, man? Could Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson do that? My fellow compatriot? No, I don't think New Zealand likes to claim The Rock, especially because he only lived here for like a couple years or something. But anyway. What else was on there, man? Like a lot of like David Guetta, or what's his name? David Guetta? I've probably been mispronouncing his name or misreading it for years, but you know. A lot of like club hits. Believe it or not, I used to go to clubs. That's weird to think about. We talk about New Zealand alcohol culture in the early 2000s. I assume it's not much different now. Although, isn't Gen Z like... Isn't like drinking and smoking rates with... Oh, for God's sake. Okay, not too bad. Could be worse. We're still just trying to recover the glasses. Setback after setback. Like, Gen Z is really low rates in, like, smoking and drinking, but then, like, super high rates of vaping. So, you know, kind of balances itself out. But anyway, man, when I was young, just absolute disregard for your own personal health, man. It was literally like, you know, shove as much alcohol into your body as you possibly can without passing out. And then you go dance for like 4 hours, like sweatily dripping sweat, soaked through sweat, with 50 other people smashed up against you. I don't miss it. I don't miss that. That's for sure. But I was always kind of old at heart. Where's that movie? Oh, wait, I'm thinking of Forever Young. I was gonna say, where's Forever Old, man? Can we get the Forever Old? Forever Old movie? Ugh, I don't have the glasses. What am I doing? Yep. Okay. Could have been worse. All right. Okay, one of these days I may actually find myself having a little mini arc and growing, but I doubt it at this point. When does the brain lose its plasticity? 25? Whoopsies. That's not good. Oh, it's okay, actually. It's perfect. Never mind. It's perfect. I wonder maybe the best thing is to try and just knock them down. See, I'm just... See, the thing is... It would be ideal if I could just grab them and put them on. Oh, Nathan, you... Okay. Okay, well, that was my fault for putting him in that situation, I guess. Hold on. Did say reach for, but... I did see the X button there for a second, right? There's no way we can... Unless you can go around the outside and back in? Somehow? Hold on. There is a chance. What do we got to lose? Okay. Hold on, hold on. We're not... This doesn't actually help, though, does it? We need to still be... let me try and duck walk in here. And he said to the man running the stand, "Dap, bap, bap. Got any grapes?" That's a good one. Hold on. Oh, this is like a superhero stance. Oh my gosh. Well, a duck walked up to a lemonade stand. Okay, of course there's no way getting up. Of course there's no way getting up. Because why would they design it with a way that you could get back up, right? They wouldn't. They would design it in the way that is most frustrating most of the time. That's what they would do. And it's much more frustrating to fall past one of those ledges. Okay. And in that sense, you know, this is actually an example of brilliant game design. In the sense that, you know, they put a lot of thought into making the game frustrating. Oh my god. Good thing I'm immune to that. Yep. Yep. So, I mean, like, at some point, I should talk through, because, I mean, because it's also my way of thinking about it. Should talk through what I'm going to do later in the year. I think I mentioned before, like, there is essentially, like, the stream doesn't cost me anything. It's, other than it's just time, you know? No reason why I would have to stop. But, like, at some point, my kids are going to go to real school, and I'm not going to have the excuse of needing to look after them. Any more? So who knows? Things might be a little bit up in the air in the future, but like, god damn it. Either way, continue having fun. But I don't know. I have to make a decision at some point. Am I gonna go like all in on streaming? Am I gonna keep it as like a side hobby and get a proper job? Don't know. Either way, like, I've found it super fulfilling, which is kind of weird to say. So there's no impetus for me to stop. Oh my god. About 2 hours of no progress? That sounds about right. Okay. I mean, at least we're not... I don't know. I'm trying to find a silver lining. There is no real redemption here. I made some pretty decent moves. Moving the glasses was pretty good. Like, I was surprised by how, oh my god. How effective that actually ended up being. You know? It's not like the game is easy. So there's that. But I see your mind. Just like Boromir at the end of Fellowship when he was tainted by the ring. I see your mind, Bennett, and I should really learn the names of the other people who made this game. It's kind of not not really respectful to them to just refer to Bennett only, but like maybe they don't care, who knows. Should probably just stop talking about people I don't know. Whoop. But yeah, I feel like you can see what you experience it, and then you see the design behind it, right? Okay, don't go up the top because you don't have the glasses. We're going down to the glasses. I still have confidence we can get them out of here. And even if it takes like an hour, that's still faster than like starting a new save file and trying to get a new pair of glasses. That'll still probably take like an hour and a half. Although it might be worth getting the practice in. Because there's only two more. Once we do this, there's one more glasses thing to do. And I think that's it. But then I feel like we'll only be doing stuff that's easier, right? Like the glasses themselves. Oh my god. Okay, we go around again. The glasses themselves are like a difficulty multiplier, right? I still think they should have had you like hold down a button to carry stuff though. Okay, we go around again. It's you know, it's journey, not destination, right? I think that's a Brandon Sanderson thing. Well, that specific phrasing anyway. He obviously didn't invent the sentiment, but I think about phrase it that way. I prefer even the bluey one is better. You know, the obstacles do not block the path; they are the path. Or that may be like probably taken from something else actually. But you know, you can like you can elevate this game in any way you want. Really, this is kind of it's like looking at a sculpture, right? Like you project your own interpretation onto it. I will continue to do so. Because Nathan is my boy and I want to protect him. Even though sometimes I want to throw him off a cliff. Okay. That's what I just said, Nathan. How did he know? What the heck? Okay. Don't rush. Take your time. It would be really nice if this was the last time we had to come in here. Tell you what though, this the bottom half of the tower is it's starting to become very familiar to me. Which is a double-edged sword. Because I get better at it, but then I start to focus less and less. Okay. We're almost at the glasses level. If we jam ourselves into the hole again, I think that's just a inevitability, you know, an inevitable fall. I think what we have to try and do is push the glasses out. So I'm not sure if it's possible for him to... I'm not sure it's possible for him to pick them up while he's in there. I could try again, but it's likely to just kick him back out. Oi! Okay. Okay. Step one, get the foot in there. Okay. Oh my gosh. Step one, get the foot in there. Step one, get the... Aye. Progress was made. He did kick the glasses very slightly. Okay, all right. Settle in, folks. Looks like we're going to be here for a while. Well, anyway. How's the Dow Jones doing? How's the world doing? Has there been any, like, justice metered out to, like, anybody at all yet? Or is it just, like, we persisting in this, like, dystopian hell of, like, injustice? And lack of accountability for anything. Is that what we're deciding to do? Okay. Nathan wouldn't stand for it, man. But yeah, maybe he's dead. This could be the afterlife. You know? This almost doesn't really matter, right? Like, it's as good an interpretation as any. Stuck in some sort of perpetual...
Oh, right.
Good landing. Some sort of, I was gonna say perpetual, limbo? Perpetual limbo, but that would be, like, very redundant. Words are redundant, right? Yikers. Okay. I mean, I must have had some growth because I'm doing that step slightly differently now. Alright. Foot. Nathan. Nathan! Someone please make me a mod of, Heavy Rain, but replace the kid with Nathan. It's the kid he's trying to, like, rescue. It's been a long time since I've played that game. By the way, I hate the twist of that game. Like, it's not good, right? I mean, I know a lot of people think it's good, but It doesn't make sense. Now's probably not the platform. Anyway, I want to play. I want to play a version of Heavy Rain where you're rescuing Nathan. Instead of what is it? I forget. It's Jason. Wait, is one of his sons called Nathan? Is that right? Hold on, that can't be right, can it? I've gaslit myself into that. Because it's Jason! 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 Because every time I see it like a JSON file, I have to say that. But is his other son called Nathan? That's a possibility. What am I doing? I don't have the glasses. Just practicing, okay. Just getting some practicing. It's fun. Okay, alright. Who is swinging a cat? Oh my god. What in the Monty Python ass cat swinging is going on? Okay. Once again. Jeepers. Creepers. Good movie when I was like 15. Excuse me. Well, that's not gonna be good. Okay. Camera souls. You're a wiggly wiggly boy, Nathan. On the upper side. On the plus side, we're getting our tower speed run. It's getting down. It's getting down. We're getting new PBs every time, I think. Not really. Don't fall, please, Nathan. I don't know if I can handle the psychological damage right now. Alright. Okay. I really try and do what I almost never do and actually focus on the game here for a second. Because even I'm starting to get annoyed that I haven't done this. And I still have the pleasure of actually playing the game. I don't believe I've had the pleasure, madam. Why are butlers so horny, man? Butler might be the horniest profession I can think of. Don't ask me why. Oh my god. Okay, I'm losing it. Why'd I have to start talking about butlers? Okay, hold on. I need to do something here. Like, identify the behavior before it takes root. First of all, hydration. Your brain is like 90% water, isn't that true? Get some water in you. Little mental reset. Whew, okay. I mean, these games do that, though. They do that to you. It's kind of the whole point in the way they're designed. But, like, at the same time, I trust myself to make these steps. Like, maybe it's a little bit of overconfidence. Sure. But if I remove all the times that it doesn't work from my brain and only focus on the times that it does work, then, you know, I'm always right. You can never be wrong if you just cherry pick the times you're right. Okay. Isn't the human brain funny and wonderful? I would love to talk about neuroscience again some more, but then I will fall again. Whoops. Angle is not quite right. It's a very precise game, man. Okay. Remember, we're going for the glasses. Because of course we are. Full on Velma mode. She must have said it somebody like... I know my brain is like just a big soup of movie quotes from the 90s and stuff, but like... I keep saying, like Velma says, my glasses, I can't see without my glasses, but I might actually be conflating that with frickin' Macaulay Culkin. Macaulay Culkin and the Bees? What's that called? The Wicker Man? When Macaulay Culkin's in the giant Wicker Man at the end and they're setting him on fire and he's like, not the bees? Hold on, has anybody made that anybody made that edit? That would be pretty savage, right? Savage psychological attack on millennials. It's called My Girl, right? My girl, talking about my girl. I should know that. I'm gonna lose my millennial card. Actually, hold on. Different approach. What we probably should have been doing all along. We're gonna step over here onto the glasses. Gonna knock them down, and we're gonna put them on. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, because at the end of the movie she says, "His glasses. Where are his glasses? He can't see without his glasses." It's funny that I have to drop the glasses like immediately. I've got my Nathan fall pretty well. I can kind of keep him upright. It's a lot of feet wiggling for something. Okay, now we can play the game again. Was the episode of the episode of South Park, the Make Love Not Warcraft? Okay, what do we do now? Well, now we can play the game. Okay. Actually, this is the worst. We are at our most vulnerable right now. Psychologically speaking. Because if I fall now and get the glasses wedged somewhere else, that'll like be the icing on the cake. Yep. Once made a poop emoji cake. And I had no idea what I was doing. It was the kind of thing where it was for a job I was doing, but it was like the kind of thing where it wasn't really part of my job description, but they're like, well, you know, just give it a go. Do your best. I was like, I've never made like a cake in my life. Pan excluded, obviously. I've never made a cake in my life. You want me to make a cake in the shape of the poop emoji? I was like, well, all right, I'll do my best. I'll try and make some kid happy. A lot of trial and error later.
Mighty God.
I decided I still had no idea how to make a cake. But like, it had eyes, it was brown. Vaguely shaped like a pile of human waste, you know? Which is gonna be like the name of my new black metal album. Actually, black metal's funny because it's kind of gone like optimistic, which is interesting. Optimistic black metal. Okay. I'm still optimistic. Okay, yeah. All that matters is the glasses, okay? It's hard, it's hard. Also, the game is difficult. Okay. Put the glasses on, mister. Almost. Almost landed it. You know what though? Like, I already knew that like the game couldn't beat me down. Like, as soon as I started playing this game, I've been saying like it's just a matter of time. You know, like we've literally to use it, and it's not as it's not literally its own antonym or whatever. We've literally already beaten the challenge. It just hasn't happened yet. Think about it. Makes sense. It's already, you know, we've done it. It just hasn't happened. The point on the clock just hasn't reached the time where we do it, you know? So the game is literally just waiting it out. You know, you just have to wait out that point in time. I can't say that about everything, you know. There was a point in time when I was in like my 20s. I'm not like I've almost never given up on anything really. I gave up on a few like classes and things in university, but like, it's probably honestly more because of like I just wanted to party more. Or actually, you know, probably not party. I probably wanted to sit around playing web games all day, watching crappy TV. Which is my idea of a party anyway. But like I've never really given up on anything in my life. Except for maybe like probably like the biggest thing that I've like ever bailed on was karate. I did karate classes from like age like 8 to like 17 maybe. And like I did technically get a black belt. But I think what you're supposed to do once you get your black belt is you're then supposed to like become the teacher. Become the sensei. You know, and then like pass that knowledge on. But man, it was for some reason by that point it was like the most boring thing in my life. It didn't help that like it was kind of like not really properly organized, and it was more like, you know, not too many students, not enough teachers, that kind of thing. So a lot of it was like once you got to the higher levels, it was really just an excuse to practice on your own, you know, like a space to do it. Oh, thanks. Welcome back, Jackie. Got the glasses back. I did. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm going up, not down. Yep, we got the glasses back. You know, like everything in this game, it's just a matter of time. We will do it. We just haven't reached the point on the clock where we've done it. But I think if I lose the glasses, it's taken me about 2 hours to speedrun back to them on a new save file. So it's like, you know, if we do lose them, that's, god damn it, that's the time investment. We saw through the universe there for a few frames. That's the time losses, about 2 hours. But I'm hoping we can do these without having to do that again. The main reason it takes so long is that I don't know where I'm going. So in terms of like speed running it, I just try to walk as like as straight a line as possible towards the like camp or whatever, which doesn't really work. Hey Rushy, why are you rushing? I've gotten out of that before. All right. Let's see. Oh, we're only halfway through the stream. It's time to lock it in, I think. Hold on. I'm good at video games, I swear. Not that really matters. Okay, let's lock it in for a bit. I want to get back to the green. I want to get around that corner. I want to get inside the tower. Now, I'm pretty cognizant of the notion that, like, we're always going to be at risk of falling all the way down. And that's one of the reasons why I like this challenge so much. I'm also curious to find out, is it an identical copy of this tower, but upside down? Seems to be presented that way. Okay. Okay, I think I've had better results doing that step like that. It feels more consistent. Yeah, man, it's like I always say, persistence is overpowered. Just ask my wives. Maybe I should make that tomorrow's stream title. No, but I think I've talked about this before, bro. Like, I often recall a lecture I went to when I was a young teacher, and like upskilling and stuff about like emotional quotient. I think they were referring to it back then, and like resilience, and how we can sort of foster that in our students, and how you know, things like resilience and persistence and being able to like bounce back from setbacks, you know, they're much more accurate indicators of like future success and stuff, you know. This is like I always used to tell my students that like back when I still had students, a lot of them in high school would you know, I'd hear them say something like, you know, I'm not smart enough to go to university. I wouldn't do well. Right? And I always had the same response, which was essentially like, university is not about being smart. It's about work, you know, can you put in the work? Anybody can do. Well, I don't mean, maybe that's a bit reductive. But like most people, I think if you have the willpower, or that's not even the right word for it, really, right? Like it's a work ethic. It's I mean, to put a long story short, it's far more about the amount of effort you put in than like how naturally talented you are. You know? Same with anything really. Same with music, right? Except for like one in like a million outlier cases. You know, like musical proficiency in a musical instrument is much less about natural talent and much more about like study, you know, time practiced, time spent practicing, 10,000 hours or whatever. Okay, so how have I had the most success here? It's been, I think I stepped with my left foot. Did we step left foot or right foot? It is right. We have been doing right foot, right? Okay, all right. Trust ourselves. I know how it feels. I know how the step feels on the control stick. I just can't really see it very well. We should probably do it like this. Oh, good try. It's a good try. That angle is very weird to me. May actually be better off going with the low angle and kind of just feeling it out. But we'll see. We got lots of time. Do not panic. Douglas Adams. I've been thinking about this notion of like rejected like slogans. You know? As I do when I'm bored. I think about random crap. like as a comedy prompt, you know? Like trying to think of as many random slogans, rejected versions of slogans. And for some reason my brain went straight to like Folgers. That's my cup of tea. And I don't know why I find that so funny.
Watch it burn.
But I'd love to hear more. I'd love to hear other people's. I mean, apologies now. This is going to be highly offensive, but you know.
The quad.
It's just a thought that popped into my brain. Actually, no. Let's not. I'm just gonna you imagine whatever you will right there. Let's not. Anyway, I was trying to think of one for Maybelline. You know, maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Daddy's money. I don't know. The one I have in my head is too offensive. It's too offensive. I'm sorry. Bait and switch. Insert whatever offensive thing you want in there. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's scoliosis. At least I can't offend if it, I've made scoliosis jokes before, so at least I'm not offending anyone new. Scoliosis Humane Society is going to be after me. Ozempic, because you know you can't. Ooh, I like that. Or like stomach stapling, right? See, I don't know. Does Ozempic have a slogan? Or like maybe another way of putting it is like honest slogans, maybe. I like that. Ozempic, because you know you can't. But for all I know, Ozempic might have like the slogan, because you know you can, or something. Ozempic, because you're not a poor lower class. Wait, oh, of course I had to go make it classist. I actually have no idea. I assume it costs, it's like expensive to be on Ozempic. Actually, hold on. There's... God damn it.
Oh, shit.
That would be so funny. I don't think they went in. I think they're... See what I mean about the design, man? Or just simply, Ozempic. Yeah, I'll start working on the jingle. Or like, McDonald's. It's cheaper than vegetables. That's just sad now. Hold on. Eee. Okay, not literally the very bottom. Because Folgers is the best part of waking up. Is Folgers in your cup? You ever see the that Folgers ad? The like Folgers incest ad? You ever see that? What executive like or like who approved that in the marketing department, man? Like it is funny, I guess. But weird. We used to have like, oh man, having talking about flashbacks to the like 90s. Remember those shows that used to be like they would just aggregate like the weirdest commercials from around the world? You remember that? This is the shit we used to watch on TV growing up. Compilations of weird ads from around the world. But like a lot of them were really like entertaining, you know, in a certain way. I kind of miss that era, you know. I feel like okay, hold on, let's be honest. I don't know if I've seen an ad. Oh, that's not true. They started putting ads. Oh my god. Amazon Prime put ads in there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I did see an ad or two. I almost never see any ads, and I feel like I've gone out of touch with like the ad culture. Because I don't know if it's. I mean, humor is a part of advertising, right? It works. You make people laugh, they're more likely to like pay attention to your product, maybe. Shh, nobody tell him. Nobody tell me what. Okay. If you're not paying, you are the product. But like, I feel like I'm out of touch with them. God damn it. Okay, it's saved. No lesson learned. Was in New Zealand we had a good run of ads, like funny memey ads too. Like, we're not memey ads, but meme worthy. Oh, like Ghost Chips and Puzzle Time, stuff like that. You know, they almost were back when everybody was just watching TV and that was the only thing you could watch. You'd talk to people about like ads, and they'd almost become like they almost were the memes of the time, right? Funny advertisements. Because pretty much everybody had seen them. Didn't matter like what show you watched or were into, whatever. You'd see the same ads back in the day. Now you can just get a Raspberry Pi and like turn it into a like network wide ad blocker, but not that I would know anything about that. So I haven't seen an ad in a long time, except for Amazon Prime, because of late stage capitalism, of course. So what was I doing? I was trying to get up here to see if the glasses were up here. They're either up at the very top or they're on the ground somewhere. Well, okay, hold on. Find out by going in. Oh my god.
No.
What an absolute waste of time. Oh, where's mommy when you need her, man? Oh, wait, hold on. No, there's no way, right? Hold on. I didn't even bother to look. Wait. Oh, we shouldn't just give up because we're. Can I get on that? Can I pet that dog? Actually, even if we could get on that, I don't think you can get up onto the stone. But maybe there's a path around the outside. Has anybody asked the Trailer Park Girls? They might know. When are they going to do that spinoff, by the way? Well, that's disappointing. Is there really no... That one's the same height over there. It's hard to shuffle. Dang, I don't think... unless we can... No, that almost never works. Would have been faster to just jump down. Okay. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. Right? Don't judge yourself based on what you didn't know. Alright, man. It does kind of eat away at your soul a little bit, like, I will admit. It's a unique experience. And like, at least Sisyphus didn't do it to himself, right? Like, at least it was a punishment. Am I being punished? I mean, ultimately, aren't we all in some way? Because, you know, see that. So now that's you want to talk about like religion and stuff, man. Like, I think you Christianity, you made a bit of a mistake there when you like demonized babies. You know, with the what is it? I forget exactly how it works. The original sin. Pretty bad optics, if you ask me. Oh god damn it. Okay. Could be worse. Could be worse. Focus. Too busy slandering the Catholic Church. Not like they. What are they gonna do? Not like they have any power. No, like bad move. I think like tactically from a rhetorical perspective, and I mean like rhetorics as in using language as a tool to achieve a certain outcome, whether it may be malicious or not. Advertising is also rhetorics, right? Or rhetorics. Yeah. I think you lost a lot of viewers there where you went and made babies evil by default. Not a smart move. Who came up with that idea? Like, who wrote it down? I mean, I guess presumably within the like mythology, it was God. God came up with the idea, but like, who's the human being who like wrote it down, popularized it? Because I guarantee you, there is a person that did that. Guarantee you, they were a man. So who's the guy, right? Some guy in the like papal lineage. Oh, for Christ's sake. Hey, look, the glasses are down here. Oh, there's a metaphor in there, man. That's symbolic, right? That's telling. That's like I'm going to be reflecting on that for the rest of the day. Probably not. Oh, wait. Okay, well, we get to try it again. Could have saved so much time by just looking around. But anyway, who is that guy? You know, I think we need to be concerned about the guy who decided that babies are born evil. I think maybe instead of just listening to what he said and just not questioning, we should maybe like question who is telling us babies are evil? Or not evil, right? Like but not good, you know? Neutral? Or is that an update? Did they update that? I was going to ask you to check the grass, but I thought you do. Yeah. It's, you know. Jarvis, keep me on track. Jarvis, the ADHD is hitting again. We know how it is. Okay. Let's focus here for a minute. I've gotten complacent. I did the same thing with the pillars. I just decided that that was my life. And I got complacent with it. But like, the great lesson of this game that you could not you could definitely not learn anywhere else is to break out of your chains, you know? Don't just sit around watching One Piece smoking weed all day. You gotta... Okay, smoke a little weed, alright. Smoke a little weed at the start of the day, okay. But then you gotta get something done. God damn it. Maybe I just get a little high. You guys remember Tally? That's what we should have done for you, York. We should have just done Tally. You guys want to get high? No, I don't like it, actually. I've decided. Here's a funny thought. When I decided I was going to start streaming, I sat down and I wrote, like, in a notebook, I, like, wrote out, like, okay, what is my identity going to be? How am I going to identify myself? One of the things is, like, I'm going to be the wholesome streamer. I'm going to be nice to everyone. It didn't last very long. But, you know, because, you know, I have a media education, amongst other things. Sometimes I forget I have a media education. Actually, is important to think about things like target audience and, like, you know, marketability and that sort of stuff. I'm just not good at it. Okay. Glasses are on. We're feeling cool. We're feeling hip. We're climbing a tower. We've made almost no progress today. Other than mental progress. Okay. Yep. But, I don't know. Okay, still plenty of time. Why is it that I like ramble for like 3 hours? I think I'm just afraid of like dead air. Then like I don't even notice that 3 hours have gone by and I'm like, oh shit, I better play the goddamn game. But then again, welcome to my group therapy session. Can one person be a group?
None.
A party? I've been trying to formulate this joke for a while, but there's like, you know, like worst party you've ever been to? Oh, the Donner party? Something like that. Or I was even thinking like Kurt Cobain at the Donner party. Here we are now, entertain us. Doesn't really work. Okay. Alright, this is not even that hard. Especially if you focus and pay attention. Shiny other thought creeps in very quickly. It's following behind you. I was going to ask you. Oh yeah, at a restaurant, party of one. Yeah. Right. That's a good point. I mean, it was almost a joke question, but like now I'm thinking about it. If I like go to therapy by myself, because group therapy, it's just a group. The group consists of one. Can that be a thing? There's once a famous case in New Zealand of like a person keeping. I say famous. I might be the only person who remembers this. A person who had like pet chickens in the city, and then you know. This is a terrible story. It boils down to like a whole legal argument over whether like a chicken means one chicken, you know? Sometimes I see stuff like that happening in like the law field and I'm like, what are we doing, man? Like why have we strangled ourselves so much with bureaucracy that like sometimes we can't just be like, because it does. Because it is. Okay, right. We have better things to do now. It's a big step. I have done it with the right foot. Big long step over there. Aim for the far corner so that we have upper body room. Fuck it up. Okay. At least I saw the glasses. At least I saw the glasses. That's going to be the real one. One of these days it's going to happen and we're not going to notice where the glasses go. I think that's probably what happened last time. I had to go get a new set. That's why it's very important to watch the glasses. Easy way back in? Hard way back in. How hard? Worth trying? Probably not. Okay, we'll go around. Yeah, it looked like they really flew off. Uh-huh. They really did. One of these days, that's like, you know.
Shit.
I'm doing my best like Call of Duty to track the glasses when they come off. But one of these days, they're just gonna go. There'll be another couple hours down the sink. Another couple hours of Wait, what? Oh, okay. That was a bit weird. So anyway, Jackie, you might know the answer to this, because I did the time trial so quickly, I almost for a second was like, okay, what's the world record? Turns out it's really fast. It's like 30 seconds or something. But I noticed when I watched that the dude playing was playing on mouse and keyboard of all things. So I was wondering, is that standard for speedrunning this game? I have no idea. Mouse and keyboard, because he was also doing like some weird like little stuttery steps as well. Because it may just be the mouse and keyboard, the way the input system works, lends itself better for speedrunning, or like speedrunning tricks. Who knows? But it's so much more fun to play this game on a controller. They use a hop move. Yeah, you have seen it? It's weird. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. He was hopping like through the time trial at certain points when it was just sort of open a bit. You do like this weird hop. And like, you know, maybe if this game sticks around long enough, that is probably something I could learn. But I don't know, is it going to be fun to play this game on mouse and keyboard? If you, like... Or is there like a controller category? Maybe there's a controller category. That would be okay. But then again, there's a very slim chance that I actually do speedrun this game anyway. Okay. It would really be cool if you could see Nathan off in the distance, but... Also would open up a bunch of questions. Okay. That. This. That. Don't think about it too hard. But, you know, at least, you know... I don't think you could really, like, play this game and not learn something. Not come away learning something. Well, I mean, I suppose anybody can... People go through their entire educations and don't learn anything, right? So, some people are just resistant to learning? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know if I know that. I don't know. I don't think I would say that that's true. Maybe. Oh my god. I mean, like, you know, I'm just talking about attitude, regardless of, like, you know, a learning disability or something. Okay, that'd be funny if we couldn't get them from here. Oh, God. All right. Just wants to grab them. Okay, we'll be back up there in a second. But, like... We're getting to the point now where this is becoming second nature. I think the pillars became second nature at a certain point. Definitely don't remember paying attention much to those. Even though I was there for like 20 hours. But like, you know, I do think there is a deliberate sort of crossover between, or maybe it's just my experience of this game, but I do feel like the way that this game is made, you slowly understand that Nathan is, or you know, you/Nathan are more capable than you think. You know, like you can climb a lot more than you think you can, and it's hard not to see a sort of moral about limitations and stuff. You know. It's like, you know, the first time you solve the Rubik's Cube, you're like, oh my god, how could I possibly do that any faster? And then you're, oh yeah, that's the other thing I used to do, cubing. Hand stuff. If there's one thing I would want people to say about me after I'm gone, it's that I was into hand stuff, okay? Whoopsies. That and he didn't afraid of anyone. Or didn't afraid of anything, I forget the phrasing. Anyway, you know, this is kind of like a walk in the park now, right? Like, the first time I did this, it was like nerve-wracking. Okay, alright. Back to the green. I told you we'd be back here in a second. We're gonna miss it. That's fine. Be patient. Okay. We've learned very little about the inverted tower. And very little about ourselves. Unfortunately. Not that I didn't already... Nothing I didn't already know, anyway. I like video games, man. Anybody out there like video games? They're kind of awesome. Suppose they kind of... I mean, they can be awesome. They can also be awful. Okay. That one's hard. Because you can't really see how far away it is. Or I can anyway. Maybe I have some color blindness. I don't know. This is blue, right? This tower is blue? Okay. Oh, that's bait. Don't fall for that. Okay, the step is hard. Honestly, I think I have better success from this lower angle. Okay, because I can see what the upper body is doing. Excuse me, I can see what the upper body is doing. What happened? Alright. My name is Elvis. Oh, really? How are we going to get up here? I think there's something to be said about that as like a little setup. And then if we can... Oh, man. Okay, I saw the glasses come off. I'm gonna... Next time I'm up there, I'm gonna take my time and really think about it, because... It's a little confusing. It's a little confusing. And I think the difficulty of it is not, it's not a mechanical difficulty. Right? It's not about the getting the input perfectly. I think it's more about understanding what you can and can't do. You know what I mean? Like where I can actually go. And like, is it possible to fit in there? That kind of thing. Every time you take a new step, you're just kind of guessing. It's usually kind of obvious where to go. But it's good that they have the variety of puzzles, you know? Like the variety of difficulty. What makes something harder? What makes one thing hard isn't the same reason why it's hard in a different part of the game, you know? That didn't make any sense at all. I've So I used to do bodybuilding, essentially. And then I hurt my back. And I haven't really done it. Oh, there it is. I haven't really done too much since then, but like, I've always been bad at like, if you don't know anything about bodybuilding, right? There's the bulk cut cycle, etc., where you kind of just grab it, Nathan. What the heck are you doing? You know, when you're building muscle, you eat a little bit more, and you're gaining body weight. But hopefully, most of it is like muscle weight or whatever. And then after that phase is done, you cut back and you lose fat, you know? Because essentially that's what makes you, quote unquote, look good. I know it doesn't look, I know I look like quite weedy, but like, probably a bit broader than this in real life. Arms are definitely bigger. Not that that really matters. But I bet I'm really bad at losing weight, like psychologically. Well, I mean, that's not the correct way to put that. The correct way to put it is I have no willpower with food. But I've been having a good run recently where I've just sort of been lowering my portions by like, I don't know, 20% or something. We're gonna make it. It's okay. So normally, like, I've always had the opinion, right? Well, not the opinion, but just I've always worked off of the autopilot notion that when I'm giving myself food, I just like fill up the plate, you know? Like I will give myself as much food as fits in the whatever vessel I have. If it's a small cup, I'll fill it up, you know? If it's a giant bowl, I'll fill it up. I don't know why. But like I've kind of broken through that. Like I'm almost 40 years old and finally understanding how to feed myself. Turns out you don't have to fill up the bowl completely. You can just put a smaller amount in. Oh. Which you know, it hasn't made a huge amount of difference. But over time, you know, it's about fostering better habits, you know. Like I have bad habits with food. Binge eating, you know. Like almost rarely will I open up a bag of chips and not eat the whole thing, you know? It's like a bag any size bag of chips is a single serving. That kind of thing. It's not healthy. It's lazy, really. Huh. Oh, what a landing. Oh. Oh my gosh. We kind of almost did it. That almost worked. Nathan, pick up your arm, please. Just don't buy chips is your approach? Well, yeah. So that's the other very effective strategy, right? Just don't buy chips. If you don't have them in the house, you can't, because, yeah. It's so, that's definitely, like, my habit is to, when I get bored or whatever, or nothing's going on, you know, you sit down on the couch for a second or whatever, and you're like, I might go get a bag of chips from the pantry. You know? But yeah, best strategy, just don't make that an option. It definitely works for me. Because if I'm in, like, relaxation mode... Hold on. All is not lost. It's just a matter. It's just time. We've lost some time. That's the can, though, isn't it? Down here somewhere. You snack on nuts? I bet you do, Jackie. I bet you do. You snack on nuts and stuff like that, but I do have a tendency to overdo it. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't overdo it on nuts, but it's so much better to overdo it on nuts than to overdo it on, like, Lay's potato chips. You know, in one you're getting like protein and healthy fats, in the other you're getting like a whole bunch of like seed oil, whatever oil, canola oil, which isn't necessarily bad for you, but you know, it's very calorically dense. Jinx, you owe me a Coke? That's why we get along, Jackie. Brains. Same brain. But yeah, you don't have them available, because if I've just sit down to relax, there's no way I'm going out to the store. I'm like, forget it. I don't want chips that badly. I only want them if they don't require physical effort. So there's that. I used to do calorie counting. But like the problem with me is I don't respect the number. So I'm just like, but I want it. Like I'm counting all the calories that I'm shouldn't be eating, but it's not stopping me from eating them. And but yeah, availability is one of the big factors for me. When I lived in Japan, Japan is kind of one of its things it's famous for is its like convenience stores, right? Like on every corner. I literally like lived between 2 convenience stores. So it was like, you know, a 2-minute walk for delicious fried chicken and giant teriyaki bowls for super cheap. And that's probably like the most overweight it's definitely the most overweight I've been in my life. Wasn't that overweight, but I was definitely like, this is gonna require something. And then after that, I cycled across Europe, so that kind of took care of it. But I don't have the glasses. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I didn't look up high enough. And the blocks happened to not be in position. Why? Why did I do that? Alright. Ultimately, it's a mental battle. Hold on. No, they are just right here. Okay. Let's see. An hour left. Okay. We're gonna make progress. We're gonna make progress today, I swear. And then once we get inside the inverted tower, I feel like it's gonna be a little bit easier, because then at least there'll be some chance of us not just falling all the way down. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just that I'm getting a little bit older. I'm finding it easier to just have a little less. Maybe have half the bag and put it back, and you can have the other half later. Maybe only have half of a bowl of cereal when your bowl is the size of like a mixing bowl. Maybe only fill it up halfway. Maybe only have half the box of cereal in one go. But yeah, I don't know. It's getting easier as I get older. Don't really know why. I just kind of care less, I guess. Also find I go through these periods. Well, like, so here's the other thing. It's not healthy, but I have like the ADHD hyperfocus hack where you hyper focus on. Just had to check if I have the glasses on. Hyper focus on some really engaging task for like 12 hours and just forget to eat. You know, there's that one. Wouldn't recommend it, but have definitely done it many times. Take a bowl, put some chips in it, and that's all you get? Yeah. I'm getting better at it, but those sorts of things never really worked for me. You know, there's sort of like tricks that you play on yourself because I'm too aware of the fact that I'm playing a trick on myself. Like, whoopsies. Oh, hey, this one again. Okay, good. I thought I saw them fall down pretty far. This doesn't look good on first blush, but I think it's actually okay. I think it's actually fine. Hold on, maybe it's not. Maybe it's the worst thing that ever happened. Turn into Yoda for a second. Because the thing is I would eat the first bowl, and then I'd be like, there's another half bag, and why don't I just fill the bowl up again? Like, there's no reason why I couldn't. Okay, there we go. Just took some creative footwork. There we go. What if they put in a button that, like... Okay, so here's a weird thing, right? Like, Nathan can't use his hands, but he can use his hands. So why does he use his hands to put the glasses on, but not use his hands to, like, keep the glasses on? What if you could hold down a button that, like, held the glasses onto your face? Yeah, but then what would be the point? Also, it's a silly game. Don't think about it too hard. Yeah, because then the mechanic wouldn't work. Me, when my car's warrant of fitness is due, but I slept with the mechanic's wife. That mechanic won't work. Okay, it doesn't even make sense. You know what I'm surprised about? I don't think I've dreamed about this game. I don't think I've had a dream about this game. Which kind of doesn't surprise me because I haven't had a dream about a video game probably since I was like 16, but... You would think, just the hours of repetition, that would kind of make its way in somehow. But I mean, I tend not to dream these days anyway because of stuff. You know. Anyway, video games are awesome. Well, they can be. They're tool just like anything else, right? Let's not fall down here again, please. That would be, you know, just an ounce of care. What is it? I need someone to, like, crochet that old wives' phrase. No. It's not a wives' tale. It's just an old phrase. What is it? A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure or something? Idioms I could never understand because of the metric system. Because I use the metric system. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention. We're going to let that one go. Shit, am I turning the fan on? Oh, I took it out of here. That's right. Never mind. You know, this game kind of does exemplify that. Where's our platform? It's coming back around again? Oh, Zempic. Because you know you can't. Oh, that's good. It's good. I mean, like, obviously it's insulting, the person buying it. I love when the product I'm buying insults me. You know? I never went to, I kind of wanted to, but never did because it's almost like a weird sort of, like, almost feels more like a fetish thing than anything, but there's those cafes in Japan that you can go to where the staff will, like, insult you and stuff. And, like, throw the food at you and just treat you like garbage deliberately. It's curious. I was curious, but I never went to one of those. Pet a lot of cats. Japan's good for that. Okay, so why do we keep falling? I think it's more that I'm not doing the steps right than we're banging our head. We just don't worry too much about the head. And, oh, okay. Glasses? Look at that, track them all the way down. It was like Titanfall 2 or something when you eject out of your Titan and you're like shooting up into the air with the same, at like the same rate as the person who like killed your Titan or whatever, and you pop them out of the sky. That's been a long time since since that, man. Oh yeah, I haven't thought about that in a long time. That was a fun game. Okay, but you have to pay attention, I think, to the upper half because that's what's really that's why I'm falling. I'm pretty sure we're falling because his upper half like is getting compressed, and it does sort of like squish you out, right? Whoops. I don't know what to do from there now. I've updated the heuristic. We do this now. Yep. But if we could squeeze past that. It's weird anyway. It's definitely one of the like well, it's not one of the weirder challenges, but it's pretty unique in its own right. In a game that's already unique, you get a unique challenge. Okay, all right. Also, probably not healthy as well, but I've also just kind of been eating lunch really late. Because now I just kind of stream through lunch, but I've kind of got used to having a later lunch. But I find if I if I stall on a meal, if I have a meal later, I'm less likely to binge, I think. Less likely to like binge it. Cuz you know, you kind of get used to that hungry feeling. At least for me. Like this may be very personal, I have no idea. Like not like not like personal as in I shouldn't give out this information. Personal as in like personal experience wise, but like for me, hunger is it's much more powerful when I first notice it. You know? Because you got to be the signals have to be firing for a while before you actually notice them, right? Just looking at OBS, is pink on a pink shirt on a red bean bag is probably not a great idea, right? Now that I think about it, it's not the best sort of like visual distinction. Yeah. Okay. Although, I was gonna say I could do that with my eyes closed maybe now because it's really just the. But how would you even be able to see these silent platforms? Focus. Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Jarvis. Focus. Yeah. I mean, at least when I get up here, I do focus. It's just getting here. I'm not focused. This is hard, though. It's a little confusing. Because not only are you dealing with the, like, slippery step, you're dealing with the weirdness that comes from his upper body, like, spazzing out, which you're not supposed to say anymore. Okay. Feeling happy about that step. That's just a step. It's just a big step, but... So we have options, right? Like, I'm sure there's probably multiple ways of approaching this, and I don't mean, like, topographically. I mean, strategically. We can't say spaz anymore. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't actually... That's probably, like, the first time I've used... Oh, dang it. No, we couldn't... Okay. Didn't track the glasses that time. Give it a second for them to start glowing. Maybe unless you're referring to the, like, shotgun manufacturer or whatever. I don't think so. I mean, like... I remember being called a spaz in school. Does that give me the right? Does that give me the right to use it, or is that like stolen valor or whatever? I think you're not supposed to say spaz anymore, but like, you know. Always depends on context, right? How did Louis C.K. get away with saying the N-word so many times, right? Well, I mean, that was before he got canceled, right? But he used to say it all the time, and it was in part of his stand-up. Like, you know, I don't really know anything about him as a person. Nor do I really care. But just, you know, the notion that, like, did he? As in, did he use the M-word? Yeah, man. In his act all the time. He used to. And it was like, you know, at the time when people were getting canceled for saying it, too. You know, this was probably 10 years ago at least now. But he used to have this act where he would, like, just be like, yeah, that word, I use that word all the time, but I like, you know, I kind of just use it as like, it probably, I mean, I guess it doesn't really hold up well at all now. But he used to just talk about how he used that word as, like, to describe, as, you know, like just a random word for people, you know. Like, it might even be a white dude, you know. But it is all about context, yeah. I mean, intention is important, right? Like, yes, you can accidentally cause harm. But at least from my personal experience, if someone has accidentally caused me harm, knowing that it was not intentional helps, you know? It helps me feel better. Not that I'm really bothered by anything anybody says ever, but as a hypothetical, what did we hit on the way down? Hit something. Okay. This doesn't feel good. I'll go all the way up and see. Because I didn't even see which direction the glasses went this time. But yes, of course. It's all about context. You know. I think I've talked about my friend with cerebral palsy before, but you know, like, because I'm his friend, I could make fun of him, you know, and like, it's not a big deal. But if a stranger did it, you know, say the exact same things in the same way, you know, but obviously it's not going to come across the same way. So much scraping, Nathan. So I was hoping they would just be sitting here, but oh my god. If we lose the glasses now, we're not even going to get, like, halfway there. Start again. God damn. They must have flown off in one direction or another. Have I heard Jim Jeffries? I've heard Jim Jeffries' bit about his friend with cerebral palsy. I haven't. No. I have not. Is Jim Jeffries Australian? Is he the Australian comedian? Am I thinking of the right person? I think that's the right guy. Yes, he's Australian. Yeah. Okay. I do know who you're talking about, and I do like his humor. But I haven't seen that bit. No. I don't know what to do now. What's the next step? Walk around aimlessly and just hope we stumble across the glasses? Is it possible they went down one of the little shafts? It's worth looking it up. I refuse to watch another one of your streams until you look it up. You know what? Like, I need a little break. Shall we just watch it together? Yeah, sure. Let me just pull up the docs yourself machine. You know, that'd be smart. I'll actually just like isolate a tab. Do that. $15 or 20 minute story. Whatever. What else have I got to do? Who cares? Jim Jeffries. Cerebral palsy. You can do whatever you want, man. Oh, this looks old. 8 years ago. He looks young. I always find that funny. When you go look up somebody you like, you know, you recognize from TV or whatever, and they look so much younger. And you're like, oh my god. Passage of time? She be a cruel mistress? Okay, hold on. We need Firefox audio and Firefox. Okay, that sucks. Why is it like that? Excuse me? I thought I was being smart. Okay, weird. Alright, sit back and relax. We're just in Mystery Science Theater 3K mode now.
How many more do you reckon there's behind there? There's a dwarf behind there mixing me a cocktail.
I assume this is the right video, right? Okay, hold on. I'm already relating to this. Okay. I can already tell you this is probably a true story. I may have experienced this. Hold on.
I am fucking drunk now. All right. I'm going to tell you a story. This story is very long.
I'm going to try not to pause it all the time, but do you think like he's playing a drunk, right? I mean, I know he is drinking, but he's definitely overplaying how drunk he is, right? Is my assumption. I feel like you couldn't get drunk every night and do this, and well, I mean, some comedians do, I suppose. But I feel like you just mess the story up every time.
The first 3 minutes of this story are very depressing. Just hitching up my pants. First 3 minutes of this story are very depressing, but there is a moment where this story takes flight. And you have to hang in there with me until this moment and trust me that the story's going to get good.
Biggest crowds he's ever performed in front of, and I'm sure he did a little drinking backstage too. Yeah, well.
At number 5 was my two best childhood friends,
Nerves.
Andrew and Daniel Connor.
Who knows?
Daniel was born with a disease called muscular dystrophy. If you don't know what muscular dystrophy is, it's a horrible disease that wastes away at your muscles. It's the same as Lou Gehrig's disease or motor neurone disease, except you're born with it. You get diagnosed
at the time
when you're about 6 years old, when you're not walking right, and they put you on crutches. By the time you're 10, you're in a wheelchair.
Right.
By the time you're 20, you're
I
in
don't know,
a
I feel like
completely
his
vegetated
star's kind
state.
of like, it's waned a little bit, right? Like he's peaked and waned.
Birthday. Dan's lived to be 33 years old.
That's
still
fine.
alive and kicking. Let me rephrase that.
Okay, so it's muscular dystrophy. Yeah. Well, like, you know, the experience is often similar because it's, I mean, complicated, but like, you know, when your like body doesn't work and you're locked into a wheelchair, you're not like quibbling over the reason why, you know. You're just kind of like, you know what I mean?
Still alive. He's actually died 7 times in his life and been resuscitated 7. And I once asked him, I said, Dan, what happens after you die? And he said, nothing. So good luck with your religion and your faith. I'll take an actual statistic. Now, his family had since moved to Melbourne.
That's funny.
I had moved to Great Britain. I went to do the Melbourne Comedy Festival. This is about a year ago.
That probably deserves a
I
bigger
hadn't
laugh than it
seen
got,
him
but
in all that time, his brother Andrew came to see my show, and then Andrew took me to see Dan, and I went in to see him, and I'd never seen anyone live this long with this disease, and he's laying on a bed. His eyelids are a muscle that he...
yeah, but my friend is not, he's not degenerating, you know, in the same way that you do with muscular dystrophy. He's just sort of, will, you know, he's got his level of mobility, and that's it. Yeah.
can't keep open anymore, and he's just squinting through these little things, and he has a breathing mask on him to keep his lungs working because the lungs are a muscle that he can't keep pumping. He has a heart monitoring machine in case he flatlines in the middle of the night and someone has to resuscitate him. And as soon as I walked in and saw this guy that I used to run around with as a child, I burst into tears. There's nothing worse you can give anyone in this world than pity.
He does sound a bit drunk,
I went in
though.
the corridor. I felt like a right prick, and I was fucking wiping my eyes off. And I went back in, and I sat with Dan. His brother Andrew went off to work, and me and Dan chatted for a while. 20 minutes into the conversation, Dan says to me, Jim, I'm 32 years old. I've never been with a woman. Will you take me to a prostitute? And that's where the story picks up, ladies and gentlemen. Because I went, fuck yeah! And he went, but don't tell my brother, he wouldn't understand. I said, that's where you're wrong. I've known your brother my entire life. Trust me, he will understand. And against Dan's will, when Andrew came home from work, I pulled Andrew aside and said, Andrew, look, here's the deal. Dan's asked me to take him to a prostitute. I'm going to do it whether you like it or not, but I think as his brother, you should come along and help out. And Andrew went, we're not doing it. And I went, why? And he went, it'll kill him. And I went, he's gonna die soon anyway. This is a good way for him to go. Like, sure, we'll have to answer a few questions. And he said, we're not doing it. And I said, why? And he goes, because Mum doesn't like you already.
I think he's just good at playing drunk.
Me. That's why I'm the right guy to kill your brother. And he said, all right, we'll do it, but he
Very
can't have
Australian.
full sex. Full sex
Love
will
it.
kill him. He can only have a blowjob. And I thought that was fairly reasonable. So we went back in and saw Dan. He was where we left him. And we said, Dan, here's the deal. I know you told me not to tell your brother, but I told you.
Good
brother,
little details.
Me and him are both going to take you to the knock shop tomorrow, mate. But you can't have full
my God.
sex. You can only have a blowjob. And Dan went, I want full sex. And his brother Andrew went, Dan, you're in no position to argue with anyone ever.
He's not really doing the
Dan
voice, but
reluctantly
yeah. But the
Now,
people with
prostitution in
degenerative
Australia is
diseases like that
legal.
have a particular
So
way
I
of
spent
talking.
the rest of the afternoon going through the phone book trying to find a brothel with wheelchair access. Best afternoon ever. Eventually I
They
found
do
one, the biggest
exist.
brothel in the Southern Hemisphere, the Daily Planet, or as the Australians call it, 4 floors of whores. It's a 24-hour brothel because Australia's a go-ahead country. So we decided we were going to go early in the morning, like real early, like 6 a.m.
Hold
We
on,
wanted
I'm
to
still
go
hearing
when the place
chickens
is
from.
quiet,
Hold on.
and we weren't going to cause a scene.
I wonder why I was hearing like crickets and chickens. Because the game is still running?
So we wake him up at 6 o'clock
Okay,
in the morning.
wait.
It's hard
Pay
to tell
attention,
if
man.
he's awake. And we get him in his chair. Now, he hasn't got your bog standard fucking wheelchair. He's got one of those big sort of silver-looking things with the truck tyres on it. I think the model's called a Hawking. And even though his muscles don't work, they get sore. So this thing can move him from side to side and back to front and even into a full bed. So we get him in the chair and then we order a taxi.
I know them. I know them.
And then it's not like you have black cabs out there. It's like a normal car, but they've modified the back to go higher, and they drive him up through the boot, and they strap him in there, and he sits up high with windows all around him like a big retarded pope. Or as the Catholics would say, the Pope.
Yeah.
And we drive off to the brothel.
My friend has
Now,
a
when we
van.
get to
It's a
the
similar.
brothel, it takes 10 minutes to get him off the taxi. I see this is my
Drives his
window of
wheelchair up into the back of the
opportunity.
van.
So while they're getting him
Clamp-
off the
clamp it
taxi,
in.
I run into the brothel. Now, there's two ways that brothels work. Either the prostitutes will stand in a row in their lingerie and you just pick the one that you want. Or they'll stand around in a bar in evening gowns and high heels, and you walk up to the one that you like the look of, chat to her for a bit, act like you've got some type of connection with an Eastern European woman, then take her upstairs and fuck her if you need your life to be this delusional. This is one of these situations. So while they're getting Dan out of the cab, I run into the brothel and go, "Everyone, quickly, gather round. I haven't got much time." And these 14 bemused hookers shuffle over, and I went, "Look, here's the deal. I have a severely disabled friend with me. If you're not up for it, speak now or forever hold your peace." And one of them went, "How bad is he?" And I went, "Pretty fucking bad." And 10 of them said they wouldn't do it. And I said, "Well, I respect that. But can you please go and hide, because I don't want him to be rejected by hookers." And these 10 girls shuffle away in their evening gowns and their high heels with gonorrhea falling out of them. I am now left with 4 girls, the best looking one by a mile stays. Dan wheels in, looking like Jabba the Hutt, breathing like Darth Vader. 2 of the girls run away, and I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding, you sluts? I just asked you nicely." So we're now left with 2 girls. The best looking one's there, the other one's a fucking troll.
Oh,
Now, out of respect for the ugly one,
I forgot how much he just
Dan.
doesn't hold back.
"There's only 2 girls working today, mate. Which one do you want?" And he said, "The one in the green dress." Now, neither of them had a green dress. I stand up and look at Andrew and went, "What the fuck is all this about?" And Andrew went, "Oh yeah, his eyes are fucked as well." Now, it turns out that Dan's colourblind. It's not part of the condition, it's just unfortunate. So, I sat with the hooker. Now I'm going to pay for
I'm just
everything.
enjoying this. Okay, I just enjoy this.
Now, the reason I'm going to pay for everything is simple. I told Dan and Andrew that I would pay for everything as long as I got to tell this story to hundreds of thousands of people in the future. And they said, "Of course you can, Jim, but be respectful and change our names." Which sounds like the right thing to do now, doesn't it? Now, I haven't changed their names. Their names are Andrew and Daniel Connor from St Kilda, Melbourne, Australia. I would have liked to have changed their names. It is the right thing to do. But I look at it this way. Even if I changed their names and their parents started watching my comedy, they'd be like, "My word, doesn't Randy and Steve sound like our kids?" Didn't Jim grow up with a lot of people with muscular dystrophy? So I sat there with a hooker and I said, how
Good
much
point.
for the half hour? And she said, 180. And I said, I'll give you 250 because I realise this is a specialty thing you're doing. And she goes, I got one question for you. And I said, shoot. And she went, is he mentally retarded? And I went, oh, yeah. That's what I do. I find mentally retarded people and take them to prostitutes. I'll be masturbating in the corner. He doesn't even know he's here. And she went, okay then, but if there's two of you, we'll go, no, he's not mentally retarded. It's his choice to come here. There's a good chance he'll die. And she went, what am I meant to do with him? And I went, I don't know. I've never been a hooker. But I'm thinking, give him a bit of a show, dance around a bit, rub your tits in his face, then suck him off. But don't sit on him or fuck him. It'll kill him. So we go up to the room, which thank God was on the first floor. And me and Andrew look at Dan like two proud parents watching our child go to school.
Oh, I should have this face. That's not good.
And then we leave, and as we proceed
creepy.
to leave, I pat Andrew in the back, and I said, Andrew, you've been a good brother today. He said, thanks, mate. And then we had a hug. And then we had that moment after a hug that Australian men have where we go, oh, get out of it, what's wrong with you?
Oh, gay.
And I said, hey, Andrew, how does Dan get his clothes off? And Andrew went, fuck! And we went back in. Andrew looks him up and down, and he turns to me and goes, look, he's very fragile. I know how he likes to be picked up. I'll lift him up, you take his pants off. Andrew gets behind, lifts him up by his armpits like I couldn't have figured out their magical hold. I'm on my knees taking Dan's tracksuit pants off.
There's quite a lot to it, actually.
Pants never got into fashion. And as I'm taking his tracksuit pants off, what many of you are wondering is, can Dan get an erection? And the answer is yes. Even though none of the muscles in his body work, the cock is not a muscle, the cock is a bit of skin that fills with blood. If he gets aroused up here, blood will rush to there. Now, what nobody knew about this 32-year-old virgin is that Dan's packing heat. I'm talking 9.5 inches of disabled misery. This cock's so fucking big, I think that's why the rest of his muscles didn't work. I take the pants off, this thing springs up and hits me in the mouth. Then the hooker goes, let's do the light. Let's explain the light. When they legalised prostitution in Australia, they didn't legalise it in all forms. For instance, you cannot get a street-walking hooker, you cannot get a prostitute to your hotel room. You can only go to a brothel in a safe environment where they have security for the girls in case a man shows up being drunk and dickhead or whatever. And also it's safer for the people who go to brothels because the girls get tested for STDs every month. So arguably, you're better off in Australia fucking a prostitute than picking up a girl in a bar. But I'm not going to have that conversation again. Oh my... You try explaining that to a girlfriend, it's a fucking minefield. But also they make it safer for the girls. If you're a guy who goes to a prostitute, you have to undergo the light. Let's explain the light. It's very simple. Sounds
Black
like what
light?
it is. You put your cock under a very bright light and they look around the shaft to see if there's anything untoward. Then they get a magnifying glass out go through your pubes to make sure nothing's running around. It's not a big deal. I've been rejected heaps of times. Now the chair's here. There's a bed here. There's a hot tub
humans
there,
are funny.
The light's over there.
We are strange
now,
creatures.
We try to get the chair past the bed and the hot tub, but we can't get it through. So me and Andrew walk over the hooker and we're whispering because we don't want Dan to hear. And we're like, we can't do the light thing. And she goes, if you don't do the light, I'm not doing it. And me and Andrew went, come on. He's a virgin. What's the worst that can happen? And she whispered, actually, I'm more concerned about its cleanliness. And then his brother Andrew said loudly and proudly, I washed it before we came out.
Mm-hmm.
Now you may think you're a good brother, good sister, good mother, good daughter, whatever the fuck you think you are in this world. But you're nothing until you've washed your disabled brother's cock to take him to a prostitute. That is love, ladies and gentlemen. Tangible fucking love. So we looked at Dan. Everyone agreed it was time to go. We looked at Dan. Me and Andrew looked at him and went, we're going now, mate. If you've got anything you want to say to us, say it now, because we're going to leave, mate. And this is what Dan did. Leave! So, me and Andrew went back down to the bar and we hanged out with the hookers. There's like 10 of them sort of mulling around. Yeah. We're standing there. We don't know what Dan's up to, but we're standing around the bar with all the hookers. And then 5 guys from London walk into the bar who are obviously out of their fucking skulls on coke. Now, if you've never taken a lot of coke, then if anyone's got any... Now, if you've never taken coke, you know, when like 5 or 6 guys get together and take coke on like a Tuesday, there comes a point at about 6 in the morning.
Oh, drug culture stuff. I love it.
Call up some chicks, maybe, and you call up ex-girlfriends, like bring some friends. And it's like, I don't know what you're expecting. So basically, I think it was a Wednesday we did this, and I think these guys have been on coke all night, and they've obviously gone, oh, okay, let's go down to the brothel. We'll go down to the brothel. It'll be fun. We'll go down to the brothel. And I'm standing at the bar chatting with all the hookers, and these 5 guys from London walk in.
Shut up with my hands.
And one of them recognises me and goes, Jim fucking Jeffries. Jim fucking Jeffries. I know you, mate. I know you, the comedian, the Spaz Approved guy, the comedian. And I went, hey, how you doing, man? He goes, hey, Jim. You want a line of coke? And I went, yes. And I went up to the toilet and did a line of coke. I
feel like a lot of the story is real.
Obviously, I've left Andrew alone for too long. And he was sort of
too many little
panicking all
like
by
details
himself,
through
and
it.
I sort of walked in like, what's wrong? And he goes, what if we've done the wrong thing here? What if he's in there dying right now? What if he stopped fucking breathing? Or what the fuck, his heart stopped? What the fuck are we meant to do? I said, not a problem. I'll resuscitate him. And he said, do you know how to do that? I said, no, I don't, but how hard can it be? Push, blow, blow. I haven't embellished that in the slightest. That's the exact thing I said to him. Push, blow, blow. Then the prostitute walks back in the room, who was with Dan. So I'm standing with the 5 coke fiends, 10 prostitutes. She walks in the room. It's like that moment in a movie where the needle on the record just sort of goes, eh, and everything stopped. And she walked in and she said, well, it's over. And me and Andrew in unison went, is he dead? And her exact words were, oh, I didn't check that. So, me, Andrew, the 5 coke fiends, the 10 hookers, we all run to the room. Now he's not dead. His chair's back in the upright position. His cock is still sitting up majestically, covered in jizz and spit. But for a man who an hour ago couldn't lift his eyelids, he was sitting there like this. Now you might be wondering why his eyelids were up like that. Let me explain something. It wasn't through
It
happenstance.
just keeps going too.
Tell you something about myself. I'm 33 years old.
What?
I've been masturbating since I was 10 years old. And in that time, I have not missed a day.
I guess he looks 33
Every
here.
single day I masturbate. Haven't missed a fucking day. Every day I'm in a hotel room with a laptop way high up on my chest here. So I don't have to look at the filth I'm doing to myself. So I'm watching porn here. And 9 times out of 10 I hit the Apple sign. Right? And I do this every single fucking day. Yet I would be mortified if any one of you was to ever see me doing this. I would want to fucking kill myself. And I do this every single fucking day. Now imagine if you've never ejaculated through the power of yourself. You've never had another person do it. You're 32 years old, and for the first time you've shot a lot of fucking stale jizz all over the fucking room. And you're sitting there with your cock out, and 15 strangers walks in. And you do not possess the power to put your cock away.
Yeah.
Can you see how that might be a bit unhinging? So we had to get him dressed quickly. But there's cum everywhere. And this time I look him up and down. And I turned to Andrew and said, Andrew, I don't give a fuck how fragile he is. I'm taking the top half this time. And we lifted him up. And we put his pants on. And we proceeded to leave the brothel. Now, as we left the brothel, I turned to Dan. I said, Dan, I paid for a story. Please tell me what happened. And he said, well, she danced around a bit, rubbed her tits in my face, and sucked me off. Which is what I asked her to do. It's so nice to be a disabled sex puppeteer. But even nicer than that, I used to have a preconceived notion on what I thought about people, such as prostitutes, man, but I was wrong. That woman treated him with dignity and respect and made him feel like a sexual being for the only time in his life. And you can't put a price on that. All right? Well, 180 is the exact figure. Then we go up front.
Wonder what inflation has done to that.
And we go to call a taxi.
In this
And the
economy.
taxi driver who drove us there is still sitting out the front in his car. And he winds his window down and looks out and goes, I'll drive you home for free. I just need to know what happened. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
I don't give a fuck. Okay, hold on. Actually, try do things the smart way. There we go. You know, I don't think I've ever related so hard to such a unique story. I only just now realized That didn't work for the TikTok stream. Whatever. Who cares? I don't. What the heck? I don't think I've ever related to like such a like a unique story before so hard. That's a very specific kind of experience. But yeah, I've literally done similar things. Nowhere near as like comedic in my experience, but you know, I have been with my friend to a brothel. Like, why not, man? His life kind of sucks. um, like his life kind of sucks. Like, why not go see a prostitute on the government's dime? But oh yeah. I both enjoyed it as a comedy routine and as a like humanistic story, but also as yeah. I don't think like the world of like caring for the disabled, which is like, you know, there's a lot of care around the words you're supposed to use, but like, you know, we're communicating. The world of caring for like the disabled, it's like it has its own humor almost, but it's like very specific if you've never done it. And like there are a few bits of media out there that where you can just tell instantly, oh okay, whoever wrote this actually did this. There's like that was definitely a true story. I relate to too many of the details, like even just the way his chair worked, right? Like bzz, yeah. And like I don't think if you just made up a story like that from whole cloth, you'd really get anywhere close to the truth of it, you know? But there's that. There's a movie as well with we're just looking for glasses now, right? Paul Rudd movie. Was it The Fundamentals of Caring? Whoever wrote that movie has definitely had experience caring for disabled people. But yeah, I did that for a few years, yeah. I've had too many jobs, too many weird jobs that have nothing to do with each other. The glasses are no, that's good though. It's like very relatable, which is weird for such an odd story. Hey, we got lucky. Oh, that was good. Not like Dan, huh? There is a sort of but yeah, like my friend with cerebral palsy, like usually when I see him, we're like doing musical things together. But it's like I think a lot of the times in those situations, it's maybe like you end up with a bit of gallows humor, right? Like you kind of joke about someone dying as a way of like sort of dealing with it. My friend isn't dying; he just has like a boring laugh. But we joke about it, you know. I think I may have like literally joked to him, like, you know, just if you ever one time like I just nodded over towards his like pillow. I was like, "Hey, just to let you know, if you ever, just don't we can talk about it." Or maybe I wasn't joking. Okay. That was a nice little break. Oh my god. Okay. As long as the glasses are there. That was a nice little break. We're gonna have. Oh yeah. Not that it really matters, but someone else should probably have to listen to these annoying sounds too. Let's unmute the game. Okay. In 15 minutes, how much progress can we realistically make? Maybe 1 or 2? No. Oh, Nathan. Getting too cocky with that. Maybe 1 or 2 more attempts at where we're stuck.
Oh, crap.
But, just, I mean, not that I would just naturally come across sort of stuff by Jim Jeffries, but, like, I feel like I haven't seen him on the, like, comedy circuit or whatever much, but that could just be because I'm not looking, you know? I feel like just by osmosis, he was, a little more kind of, I don't know, how do you measure celebrity? Well known a few years ago? Oh my god. Okay, let's stop doing that. I'm gonna make a deliberate mental note right now. Nip that in the bud. Don't get into bad habits. Have I ever heard of Doug Stanhope? I definitely have. I think I can place him correctly in my brain encyclopedia, my my mental map. I'm pretty sure, isn't he like a? Wouldn't he be like smoking constantly? Wasn't he like constantly smoking? I might not be thinking of the right guy. Oh yeah, story about his mother's assisted suicide. I think I'm thinking of the right guy. But yes. I definitely, it's, you know... oh, the glasses, right. Names definitely take me, like, a little bit to, like, match the face, the memory with the right name for some reason. But yeah. He smokes and drinks for sure. I think I'm thinking of the right guy, yeah. Quite a, like, I guess you'd say he's quite abrasive. Maybe? I don't know. Kind of a similar vibe to Jim Jeffries, right? But he's American, right? Seems to be fairly well educated. Or maybe not. But seems to be quite well spoken, you know. For some reason that always, like, makes me listen to people better. I don't know why. More crude than Jeffries? Yeah, I think I do know him. That's, I mean, as a piece of comedy, you know, like, that's great for Jim Jeffries, but also, like, it's legitimately important to talk about stuff like that, right? I bet you the average person who either, you know, has no family member with a life-defining disability or no friends or whatever, or just for whatever reason has never, you know, poked their nose into that community or whatever. I bet you they've never thought about how disabled people have sex or, like, you know, go to a prostitute. And it's like, these things are, you know, they're important to think about because almost nobody does. Like, my friend has always wanted to travel, okay? But he cannot, he wants to go overseas, but just because of the physical state of his body, he can't sit in a in an airplane chair, right? Red's book digging up mother about the bit I was referring to. Okay, I might look into it. I mean, I'm always interested in stuff that we should talk about more, but like a lot of people just ignore. But yeah, my friend, he can't sit in an airplane, right? So like, not for any length of time. The way his muscles work is that like he needs to be sitting in a space that is like molded to him, otherwise he'll just fall over, you know? And then like he can't pick himself back up, so he'll just be If he falls over, he's just sort of in a awkward position until somebody comes along. But we focus. Yeah, it's honestly, it scares me a little. It scares me a little because I'm not making any progress. It's just I'm just failing the same way over and over again. It's like I feel like I should be trying something different. You know what I'm saying? But like, because we have a little bit of control over Nathan's head, right? Like you push the stick forward, so it's okay. That was seriously like the worst attempt we could have given it. Okay, but the glasses are what's important. Oh, the vid you saw said this was the hardest part. Okay, I'm not surprised. Like I might have even made that prediction earlier that it would get easier after this. But yeah, it's definitely a bit of a difficulty spike. Whenever they start messing with Nathan's like upper body space. Because the game is very well made, right? Like it's made in the exact way they intended. I guess. So you'd have to say in that way it's very well made. But part of the intention is to be janky and like as you well know. But yeah, like I'll bet you that Jim Jeffries bit will be the only time a lot of people who hear it have ever thought about the disabled community and like you didn't watch it much further? Yeah. I don't think we'll Not certain that there's a lot to gain from watching the videos, you know? It's just do the thing. Just do it. Do it right. But yeah, they probably never thought about a disabled person at a brothel before. I have. How funny. I'll tell you a little detail. Like this, I don't know. I should probably ask my friend before I start talking about this as well. The one of the details that I assume Jim Jeffries just left out of that story is that a lot of people like that, in that kind of a state, are in adult diapers as well. Right? I guess for privacy reasons, I won't elaborate too much on that, but you know, you can imagine how that also complicates things. Or pads, as we used to call them. They're absorbency pads, because diapers are for babies. We're not a baby. Okay, we have another opportunity for Lord Faramir to prove his quality. Either that, or you come back on your shield. Come back on your shield, or don't come back at all. Could you imagine saying that to your son? Holy. Your son Nathan here? I don't know why I always rotate that direction. Oi! Oh, it's so much fun when I mess up the easy part. But I think it's important to talk about these sorts of experiences, you know? Especially, like, honestly, the more unique an experience is, probably the more you should talk about it, I guess. But then, you know, it's always the argument to be made that, you know, like, well, we live in a democracy and we govern towards the majority, you know? Doesn't mean the minority have to get screwed, but kind of tends to go that way, unfortunately. Oops, I've slipped back into politics again. How did that happen? You got radial nerve palsy from sleeping on your arm the wrong way once. Oh, couldn't open my right hand or raise your right wrist for a couple months? Whoa. It slowly came back. Man. That's rough. I bet you'll never sleep on your arm the wrong way again. Holy crap. I've heard about people like getting drunk. Not that I'm implying this. Getting drunk and like falling asleep on their leg or whatever and then like losing their leg. Although I don't actually know if that's true, but I've heard stories of that. I'll admit I don't actually know what a palsy is, right? Like it's a... I only really understand it in the context of my friend. Who essentially just has brain damage, right? Like palsy is well, it's a nerve thing. Is it a nerve thing? I don't know. Not important. Nerve blockage? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Jeez. Think about the way I'm lying down before I fall asleep tonight. Sleeping on your arm the wrong way. I have to imagine you had like your full body weight on your arm or something. Is it from like pressure, like too much weight on your arm, or from like a twisting, like the wires got crossed up? I'm imagining like, yeah, like your whole body weight on one arm. I feel like doesn't the human brain have like some redundancies to work through that though? You would think. Pinch the nerve on the arm of a chair. Oh man, that's unlucky, man. But yeah, can happen. We're pretty fragile, right? Like we're just bags of meat with another bag of meat running the whole thing. It's like that that short story with that short film with the guy from Cash Cab. They're made of meat. They use their meat. They flap their meat to communicate. It's kind of weird how we are meat. Delicious, fragile meat. So I don't know if I want to if I want to avoid that happening to myself. Do I do anything, or I just hope it doesn't happen? It feels like the kind of thing where you're just like, oh, I hope that doesn't happen to me. Okay, we're gonna rotate the sane way this time, or just step with the other foot. For some reason, the right trigger feels better than the left trigger. Okay. My grandmother, when she was getting older, she had like nerve pain in her arm. And like, I don't know if this is just because she got a bad doctor or whatever, but she went to the doctor and the doctor basically said, you'll learn to manage the pain. Thank you for the follow, Africa Dancer. I expect to see some African dancing. The best part was I had to, if you are in fact real, the best part was I had to have a nurse fill out my paperwork for me because I'm right-handed. The shame of it all. Now you just be like, ChatGPT. Hospital paperwork sucks. Okay, so here's where I cannot relate. So I've only ever been to hospital in New Zealand, and Japan. New Zealand hospital paperwork is like one page. It's like, what's your name? Why are you here? Kind of thing. Okay, cool. Sit down and wait. Oh god, it's hard. Okay, the glasses tend to land on the initial impact, so I'm going to assume that they did it. I have no idea what it's like in the States, man. Because you got to deal with like insurance and all that stuff. I don't have health insurance. And I just go, not to make you feel bad. It's a... It's one of those sticky social topics. But like... What you gonna do? Hospital paperwork does suck though. It's now... I imagine because for a lot of things, some reason, Japan kind of models themselves after America, almost. Doing the paperwork in a Japanese hospital is a nightmare. Especially because I had like a tenuous grasp of the language. Good insurance, and with the MRI scan and everything else I had to do, I was out of pocket about $5,000. Oof. As far as horror stories go that I've heard, or like, you know, just absorbed through the internet, and like, the internet does have a way of like magnifying things anyway. But like, yeah, as far as the horror stories I've seen online, that's not even that bad. $5,000. I don't know what I would do if I just had to like, just was suddenly out of pocket $5,000 for like, well, nothing I could control, you know. Seems kind of like wrong to me to punish people monetarily for things they can't control, like cancer, for example. Kind of seems wrong to me to force people to pay money to just continue to live. You know what I mean? Color me weird. What? Oh yeah, we impacted very soon, so the glasses are up here. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I'm no expert. It's easy to say how we feel things should be. A lot harder to actually make it into a reality. But yeah. Yep. Isn't capitalism great? I don't know. At the very end of the stream, we'll finally get political. You know, you mean either you don't have an answer? Yeah. Exactly, right? Like, I know how I would like things to be and how I think things. I always try to think, I mean, okay, well, hold on a second. Thanks for giving me a slight task to do. You've come to the wrong place, Africa Dancer. Sorry. Get banned? How do I clear you as well? Wait, I can't do that? Now you're banned? For some reason I can't delete... You can only delete the message before you ban them? That's so stupid. Do it this way. I think that's gonna work. Yeah. Alright. What are we doing? Hold on. What was your last message, Jackie? Now I've lost it from my stream. Oh, you were talking to African Dancer. See, now they're not gonna see that. I don't think you. Sorry, Jackie. Oh wait, yeah, yeah. Probably a bot anyway, man. Not a real person, I would imagine. Usually, if there's like excessive, like live now, like parentheses and stuff, the way they put it in parentheses, that sounds like reads like a bot to me. Anyway. I've lost it. It's gone. I try to yeah. I try my assessment criteria has always been since I first came across the notion in university has always been quite utilitarian, you know. Like I try to look at things. Of course it's impossible to like emotionally divorce yourself from decision making. We like to all think we would be like, you know, the person at the trolley switch to be like, well, I would simply do the thing that causes the least amount of death. Okay. I can tell you now, if I was literally in that situation and like it was my daughter that had to die, you know, or my son that had to die to save like 100 people, I probably would let the 100 people die, man. You know, it's easy to talk about and be like, well, I try to think what is going to make most people happy, but Sadly, I don't think our brains work that way. Not very well, anyway. Sorry, Jackie. I cheated you out of a follow. Okay. Last attempt, and then we're out of time. I want to feel like I'm doing, like I'm learning, because I don't really feel like I'm learning anything is the problem. Kind of just feel like I'm... There's plenty of space for Nathan's upper body up there. It's just, I think it's just a matter of getting it, squeezing him through, and then occupying the space fast enough before you fall. Okay. I'm going to do it as if... Do it as if the thing above his head isn't even there. But see, my other thought is... Get your arm around there, Nathan. What if we can lean his head past it? What if we give him the Michael Jackson? And then his head's already... Oh, okay. And then his head's already past it, and etc., etc. Oh, I have to be sideways? Like... So, hold on. Since I didn't... Can I make it back to the top from here? Oh, dang. That would have been too easy, wouldn't it? Not ready to say it's impossible. Okay, alright. Well, decision made. Alright, let's just get back to the top. Tiptoes on the ledge. I was wondering that. That was my next step to try. You know what? We'll do it now. I'll do it now. Because I've come to learn that if I stop playing at the hard part, tomorrow I'm just gonna fall immediately anyway, so we might as well give it a shot now. I'm assuming the glasses are still up the top. Oh, god damn it. That doesn't help. We'll give it a shot now. My only issue is that I don't really know how to deal with those slopes sideways. I've always tackled them. Once you start slipping. Oh, that's not necessarily true, though. We've definitely gone, like, laterally across slippery surfaces before. That's kind of a... sort of a diagonal walk thing. Yeah. Maybe it's more akin to that. But that definitely makes more sense for, like, fitting his upper body in. Okay, foot around. Good job, boy. Okay, we'll give it one attempt. Assuming that we find the glasses. And then we'll start again tomorrow from the bottom. That'll at least give me a minute to do this again and reacclimatize myself. I think that's maybe the smarter way to handle it. So in terms of progress, so I started the stream, well, pretty much in the exact same spot. But definitely less capable, slightly less capable of tackling the challenge. See, but I think this would kind of be... Whoops, god damn it. This would kind of be my ideal baby steps challenge. Do you think they missed a step by not releasing, like, custom maps? You know? I mean, it might be a huge amount of development work to actually integrate that. I'm talking out my ass. But, like, imagine if you could download custom maps for baby steps, you know? Go on the storefront. Download this 5-star course. Okay, don't panic about that. Nathan, could you put your arm down, please? You're going to get us both in trouble. Nathan's heart is just full of joy. Or whatever stupid lie that guy said. Okay. I almost feel like with like the modern world, why does it feel like it runs on like gaslighting? You know? We like to joke about, I guess, I don't know, a lot of people make jokes about like 1984, but like George Orwell was pretty onto it, huh? Like I feel like he could see what was coming. Or he just got lucky and it's survivorship bias, I don't know. That's the thing about predictions. Whee! Okay. So the step's not too bad. Just trust. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to realize part of how I play this game is I play this game just off of like Nathan's full body position. Okay. Alright. Since we're here, we'll try it again. Because there's not much point in starting tomorrow here. I'm not going to get any warm-up. It felt different. I don't know if it felt like progress, but it felt different. And different is good. So many, like, bugs in the Baby Steps world I've never really, like, thought about. Like, is Nathan supposed to be, like, are these flies following Nathan? Oh, I guess that makes sense. He's wearing this disgusting onesie that's covered in who knows what. Best case fall? Yeah. It was close, though. The glasses almost went down the frickin' tunnel of love. That would definitely be the end of the stream. Not gonna spend the time to get them back. Well, sometimes they land easy. Anyway. Save me, RN Jesus. We get more practice at this. Yeah, I find these slopes difficult to tackle at this angle for some reason. Okay. Alright. We're at the bottom. That doesn't feel right. I feel like I'm rushing it, maybe. Go slower, but... Alright. There we are. You take a break, Nathan. Have a seat. Not that you can sit? We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for shooting the shit, Jackie. Oh! Stretch time! Oh. One of these days, I'm gonna like record a voice message and have it play like while I'm talking, and these voices can overlap. That'll be funny. Yeah, you're welcome. We'll be back again tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel, etc. I would expect progress tomorrow. I think we'll see some progress. This game tends to be like that. You get stuck for a while and then you make a lot of progress in one go. Anyway, thank you for watching. If you watched anybody, my name is Elvis Laserbeam. My name is Yorick. This is the Elvis, this is the Laserbeam and Friends show. Don't even know my own show. Join us live 4 days a week. Follow, click the thing, you know, whatever. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Have a good time. See you tomorrow. And be kind to each other out there, you know. That's the best thing you can do. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it's just delayed slightly. Okay, yeah. Catch you around, man. Be excellent to one another. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.